Thank you very much, students. That was lovely. And thank you, families and parents who have shared your children and their wonderful singing with us tonight.
Is Dr. Marshall in the room? Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful students with us tonight.
Great. In order to comply with Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on October 26, 2017, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. McElveen, seconded by Ms. Hines. All those in favor? That is Evans, McLaughlin, Wilson, Palchak, McElveen, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Moon, Hines, Derenak Koufax, Keys Gamara, abstain. Ms. Schultz, thank you. A few announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. Tonight's agenda is available by going to the school board on the FCPS homepage and selecting Board Docs under upcoming school board meetings. The meeting is also being streamed live online. Select the school board from the full menu, then click on the Watch Live button on the school board meetings webpage. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. I will now call on Ms. Vivekananda for announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This week is National Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd through 31st, 2017. National Red Ribbon Week was established in memory of Enrique Camarena, a U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration agent who was killed in the line of duty while investigating a major drug cartel in Mexico. To honor his battle against illegal drugs, friends and neighbors began to wear red badges of satin, and some parents began to form coalitions. National Red Ribbon Week grew from these grassroots efforts to form a national movement against the use of illegal drugs. Its annual campaign encourages students to take a visible stand against substance abuse and make a personal commitment to follow a drug-free lifestyle. The 2017 Red Ribbon theme is Your Future is Key, so stay drug-free. November 2017 is Native American Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month started in 1915 as American Indian Day by the Boy Scouts of America. Over the years, individual states recognized Native American days, but it wasn't until 1990 that President George H.W. Bush designated November as National American Indian Heritage Month. Since 1994, a presidential proclamation has proclaimed the month to be Native American Heritage Month in honor of the significant contributions made by the first Americans to the establishment and growth of the U.S.
Thank you. Now I will call on Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I read the recognition, recognizing National Career Development Month, November 2017, let me just say a couple of words that my colleagues know that I have two sons. They are now 26 and almost 30. However, I know that they are still wrestling. They are still wrestling with what careers they may want to pursue. And they may change their minds and decisions many times over before they finally settle on a choice for a relatively long time. For my sons, I have always tried to support whatever decisions they make in terms of picking colleges and the courses they want to take, and even jobs they want to have after they graduate from colleges. However, at the same time, I have often felt that I am not qualified to provide the best advice to my boys. As such, I want to extend my appreciation as a parent and as a board member to those many educators who are in Fairfax County Public Schools who work so hard to provide the best guidance to our students as they explore their post-secondary educational and career options and choices. With that said, let me read the recognition. National Career Development Month, November 2017. November 2017 is a National Career Development Month. Career Center specialists, school counselors, career experience specialists, employment and transition representatives, and career and transition teachers play unique roles in career development for our students. With a focus on readiness for post-secondary education and careers, these educators are employed to help students explore and develop their abilities, interests, strengths, and talents as they relate to further education and entry into the workforce. These educators collaborate with the parents to enhance academic and career planning for students. All educators in pre-K through 12 help students investigate skills, qualities, and academic opportunities that are related to career fields, encourage lifelong learning, and promote future readiness. Students explore careers and other post-secondary options through classroom instruction, the student learning plan, academic advising, work-based learning, and related activities. Through career awareness activities, exploration, and development, students learn the skills and training necessary to be successful in future careers and achieve gainful employment and personal fulfillment. Career development activities are essential for building portrait of a graduate, attributes in all of our students. At this time, I would like to invite instructional services staff members who are in the audience this evening to join me and other board members at the dais for a picture.
Okay, looking right here for two, please. Nice and small, one, and two. Perfect, thank you so much.
Before I go to the next agenda item, I would like to recognize former school board member Ernestine Hasty, who I believe is here this evening. Ms. Hasty, you raise your hand, yay. And I believe Ben Press, who is a former student representative to the school board. I don't see Ben yet. Okay, we're expecting him. All right, the next order of business is citizen participation. Tonight, 10 citizens have signed up to address the board, and we also have 5 video testimonies. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student. Speakers are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. Please be mindful that there are often young children in attendance at these meetings or watching at home. So language should be appropriate for all age levels. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come out to speak to us tonight. Our first speaker is Julia Clark. Ms. Clark.
Hi, I will be sharing my time with Tasneem Osman.
No, you're fine. Close to the microphone. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tasneem. I'm a senior. So competing in varsity sports as a Black Muslim girl will always get you weird looks, and I've gotten used to it. But nothing would prepare me for what happened last week. There was a meet in Winchester, Virginia, where I was surrounded by Confederate symbols, and the meet itself was named after a Confederate victory during the Civil War. 2 miles into my race, I was verbally attacked. A group of Caucasian boys were taunting me, laughing, and calling me a terrorist, among other things. During this moment, I couldn't help but remember that I go to a school named after a Confederate general. Named to specifically target students of color like me. The following Monday, I was approached by my counselor. She sat me down and said, "People are ignorant and there's nothing you can do about it." She said, "You need to start preparing yourself for things like this. Continue to it. It's something you just have to deal with." But that was wrong. Why should I tolerate ignorance and injustice that I have done nothing to deserve? Students like my teammates who stood up for me and cried with me truly embody the spirit of justice, which is why Justice High School truly represents our school.
Good evening. My name is Julia Clark. I'm a junior at Jeb Stuart High School and one of Tasneem's teammates. Growing up as a Black girl in Virginia has never been easy. Most of my life, I've normalized racism, told myself that fighting back wouldn't make a difference, and internalized the constant discomfort that I've felt. But when I got into high school, I was fed up. This was wrong, and I decided to make a stand, which is why I joined Students for Change. I have constantly been told that Black people should stop playing the race card, and that Black people need to move on. But how are we supposed to move on when we have buildings glorifying individuals who fought for our enslavement? The continuation of the name Stuart will send a message to students of color that we do not matter. Renaming Jeb Stuart to Stuart will achieve nothing and cost fiscal resources. There are those who are saying we are erasing history. This is false. I and many others are simply fighting for a better future. Jeb Stuart will always be a part of our history, but he does not deserve to be part of our school. There are also adults here tonight that will say that a new hashtag #NewStu, created by the students shows support for Stuart. This is also false. This hashtag was created to motivate our sports teams, specifically football, and not for political use. Students for Change fights for justice. We fight for those who are constantly disenfranchised by institutionalized bigotry present in our society. Justice also portrays the spirit of resilience of our student body, as well as the ongoing fight to amend the wrongs committed in the past and today. I hope the school board votes for a better future and supports Justice High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hasib Ali Khan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hasib Khan, and my parents are immigrants from the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I'm a proud junior at Jeb Stuart High School, and I'm here to ask for the keeping of the compromise. I'm here on behalf of the silent majority of students that support keeping the Stuart name, but because of intimidation, bullying, and retaliation, they have been silent. I'm going to start off by saying that I am for keeping the name Stuart. The few out of many reasons that I'm against it is because of cost, erasing of history instead of learning from history, and the people's vote. Let me start off with cost. Stuart's an economical name. Your staff say it's going to cost upwards $900,000+ to change a whole new name, but in reality, it will cost more. Why, you may ask? Well, because of the amount of money already spent the past 2 years on running the buildings and paying overtime to employees that have stayed for the meetings and discussions. This costs the taxpayer money, and the extra school board staff time spent on this long-awaited decision has wasted more taxpayer dollars when it could have been putting this money into student needs at Stuart High School. And now to erasing history. Okay, so we do know that Jeb Stuart was a member of the Virginia Confederates and can be labeled a racist by today's standards, but he's still part of American history. Let's be honest with ourselves. Humans are not perfect. We can find flaws in all people and all things. In my research of people the school could be named after, just as Thurgood Marshall, some can be offended by the fact that he was suspended more than 2 times for hazing in school. And you know how people today are strongly against bullying? Not to mention the fact that even as a Supreme Court judge, he drank a lot and was a womanizer. This is documented in the book Thurgood Marshall, American Revolutionary by Juan Williams in Chapter 19. Although Jeb Stuart, without a doubt, did some things wrong, he also did many great things that we can be proud of as Virginians. Jeb Stuart's military tactics are studied at West Point and around the world. He and his family have a long history of contributions to Virginia history. Why is our board not picking the highest voted name? After 2 years of all these meetings and divisiveness of this issue, why would you ignore the voices and majority vote of parents and students that will have to bear the long-term costs and effects of the name change? Last I learned, our country is a democratic and a fair country, not a country that goes against the people's voice, similar to a communist government not listening to the voice of their people. Are we a democracy or not? Why aren't you following what we are taught about in the basic principles of our American government? Why aren't we taking the majority community vote for the answer? Keep Stuart's name. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Danowitz.
I will be ceding my time to Enola and to Shirley Jenwright.
Hi, my name is Enola. I go to Belvedere Elementary School and I'm in 4th grade. Ever since I heard about my high school's name, I was horrified. I've just been learning about Virginia and have read many books on the Civil War. Jeb Stuart was a general on the Confederate side, which I think very much is the highlight of his life that everybody remembers the most. When I saw that the new names that were suggested for my high school, I thought that many of them had very good reasons. But now this new name, Justice, next to Barbara Rose Johns, is the best so far, because it also highlights many heroes that can be girl or boy, and they all strived for justice. This way we can include all those great names out there in one word that I think will be a great name for the school because it represents the heroism that we admire. I hope that we can find the courage that these heroes found and make another step towards the right choice in our world.
Good evening. I'm Shirley Jenwright, and I've been a resident of Fairfax County for over 40 years. I chair the Fairfax County Community Trust Committee. I was a commissioner on the Ad hoc Commission for the Review of Police Policies and Procedures, and last month I was appointed by our governor to be a commissioner on the Commonwealth's Commission for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I'm very engaged in the community's advocate for civil rights and justice. 2 years ago, as president of the Fairfax County NAACP, we were approached by 5 brave, brilliant young students of Jeb Stuart who asked for our help in renaming their school Jeb Stuart High School because it didn't represent them and what they stood for. This was not an NAACP initiative, as many may think. For over 2 years, we have discussed and fought over changing the name. Tonight, you must decide. Will you be inclusive? Will there be diversity in the names of Fairfax County schools? The county approved the resolution for One Fairfax to eliminate instructional racism in Fairfax. Let us come together as one Fairfax and one vote to move us in a direction that we should have taken long before. There is a motion to name the school Justice High School. The NAACP supports this name if that is your decision. I strongly ask you to consider naming the school after a person. We support 3 names: Barbara Rose Johns, a student who chose to take the system on against discrimination at the age of 16. This allows the naming of a school after a woman and a person of color. Justice Thurgood Marshall, the first Black Supreme Court Justice and a Fairfax County resident, and Colonel Luis Mendez, an exceptional Hispanic and Indian war hero with ties in Fairfax. 3 names that can move Fairfax County forward as one Fairfax. We ask you to consider this. Thank you for your time and your votes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Van Zandt.
I have a few remarks, if I could pass those on to the members of the school board.
You can give them to the clerk. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Members of the school board, my name is Benjamin Van Zandt. I'm a freshman at Jeb Stuart High School, speaking to you about the name for my school. I've been following this process since it was first made public in May 2016. I'm concerned about the well-being of our students and the lasting impact this process and change will have on our school community. I came here tonight to advocate for the name Stuart High School. That is the name we chose in September, and that is the name we are using today to reshape who we are. In fact, that is the message I have printed out and should be in front of you now. That statement was also emailed to you last night. However, at 5:30 p.m. today, I learned that Stewart would no longer be an option for our name, or even discussed. The motion to consider the name Stewart apparently has been withdrawn. If true, we have also lost the opportunity to hear the rationale as to why you cannot support our name and us. Throughout this process, it has felt like student input has been cast out and the information deliberately obscured. On multiple occasions, we have told you how we feel and what we believe. Repeatedly, our input was discounted. Now, your refusal to even consider the name at the last minute, especially after you encouraged us to consider Stewart High School, is yet another example. This debate has portrayed my school and community as hate-filled. We are not. We are always looked down upon as a result of our disadvantages and challenges. Nevertheless, we are proud of our accomplishments and support each other. That is who we are and how we represent ourselves as Stewart High School. Ignoring our statements tells me that you look down upon us too. As a student, this process has taught me that due process is irrelevant and that voting doesn't matter. The community vote was a waste of time if you are even unwilling to consider what we said. That's not what I thought our government was supposed to be. At this point, I'm disappointed, hurt, and frustrated. I still believe our name should be Stewart High School, but if you cannot fathom that, then at least you cannot disregard us further by calling it Justice. Vote no to Justice High School. And if you must find an alternative, then vote for Colonel Mendez. At least that name was considered and endorsed by our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so that you know, a motion to consider Stewart has been placed back on, so that will be debated. The next person is Jessica Swanson, to be followed by David Hardison. Ms. Swanson.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Swanson. I live in the Mason District in the Stewart Pyramid. Stewart's located in my neighborhood. Whatever the school board decides will be criticized in some quarters, so I encourage you to be bold. The school was named during massive resistance, a time when many were fighting to keep students of color separated from white students. FCPS leaders chose to honor a Confederate as a symbol to the minority community. You aren't wanted here. I urge you to take a stand against these ugly choices made in the massive resistance era by voting to name the school after a black leader and American hero, Justice Thurgood Marshall, who lived in the neighborhood and whose legacy of ending segregation opened doors for students like those our school now serves. Justice Thurgood Marshall deserves to be honored and elevated. As head of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Thurgood Marshall was the chief architect of the legal strategy to end segregation. A believer in opportunity for every child, he argued Brown versus Board of Education, and he won nearly all the cases he argued in front of the Supreme Court, ultimately being named the first black Solicitor General and Supreme Court Justice by President Johnson. His life and career model all the skills we've identified in the Portrait of a Graduate as important for our students. 2 years ago, students started this movement because they were offended at their school's celebration of the Confederacy. Symbols matter. Naming the school after Justice Thurgood Marshall shows that this board is willing to push back forcefully against the white supremacy that plagued us then and still plagues us now. Replace the name of a Confederate general by intentionally honoring a black leader, Justice Thurgood Marshall. I leave you with a quote I shared with you 2 years ago when I testified in favor of replacing this inappropriate name with that of Justice Thurgood Marshall. Marshall spoke these words in 1992, and his words seem even more appropriate in these times. He said, "We must dissent from the indifference. We must dissent from the apathy. We must dissent from the fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must dissent because America can do better, because America has no choice but to do better." He continued, "We will only attain freedom if we learn to appreciate what is different and muster the courage to discover what is fundamentally the same. America's diversity offers so much richness and opportunity. Take a chance, won't you?" Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Hardison.
Oops. Hey, good evening. My name is Dave Hardison. I graduated from Stewart High School. I want to begin by thanking Superintendent Brabrand for expediting, since his arrival, what has been a very protracted process about the Stewart name. You've been open, transparent, and thoughtful in soliciting community input and then forwarding your recommendations to the board. I also want to thank the board members. You've continued to engage with your constituents, and I have no doubt our emails have continued to arrive in your inboxes. You have an opportunity tonight to make history and right a wrong. Last month, the superintendent forwarded you the names of 3 very worthy individuals for consideration. First, Barbara Johns, a young black woman who led a protest in response to the gross disparities that existed between the conditions at her segregated school and those at the all-white school in the same community in Prince Edward County, Virginia. Second, Thurgood Marshall, perhaps the most celebrated and distinguished lawyer of his generation. Justice Marshall litigated the landmark Board versus Brown of Education decision, was appointed to the Supreme Court by President Johnson, and lived in the Lake Barcroft community for decades. Third but not least, Colonel Louis G. Mendez, a true local hero. Colonel Mendez attended West Point at a time when very few minority students were so honored. He liberated a French village in Normandy during World War II and went on to serve in other notable military and diplomatic positions. Those roles included commanding a regiment in Korea known as, you guessed it, the Raiders. In his civilian life, Colonel Mendez became the first director of the National Right to Read program aimed at ending childhood illiteracy, and later focused on adult and vocational education. He also lived in the Lake Barcroft community for many years, and 8 of his children attended Stuart. Ms. Evans' Justice High motion seeks, at least indirectly, to recognize all 3 of these individuals. It is creative and carefully crafted. Ms. Schultz's proposal to rename the school directly after Colonel Mendez would also make a strong statement about diversity and inclusion, would also result in the first school in FCPS at the elementary, middle, or high school level, named after a Hispanic American. Both options are vastly preferable to continuing to honor the Confederacy through the current name Stuart. On a personal note, this past weekend I attended my 40th high school reunion. It was a great event. Academically, FCPS prepared us well, and I think you'd be proud of our class's accomplishments. But one major disappointment was the small turnout of our minority classmates. Through your decision tonight, you can make this school more welcoming for its many minority students, not only to attend, but also to return to for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Lee.
Ready? I'll be sharing my time with Eva and Shireen. So you have a written testimony in front of you maybe, and I'll be reading an excerpt from it. It's a letter from NACASEC, which is a Korean American group in Northern Virginia that is currently working very hard for Asian American voting participation. We are writing to you today to urge you to vote in favor of renaming Jeb Stuart High School to Justice High School as motioned by Sandy Evans. In the wake of heightened racism and gross displays of white supremacy, such as the rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, as well as the ongoing backlash against immigrant communities, voting for Justice High School is a meaningful action by the Fairfax County Public School Board for diversity and inclusion. There are many reasons why justice is a powerful choice. You can read them yourself. As a Korean and Asian American organization committed to achieve social, economic, and racial justice, we believe that the decision to rename the school to Justice High School is aligned with the One Fairfax resolution to eliminate institutional racism. And now,
Hi, my name is Eva, and I'm a senior at Jeb Stuart High School, and I'm asking you to change the name of my school to Justice High School. Justice is inclusive to all and offers tons of opportunities to incorporate the name into the school. Justice is a compromise name that I believe students can get behind, as it includes everyone. And some students have already been talking about how nice it would be to name hallways after different civil rights leaders. This name would truly right a historic wrong. We will have come full circle from Confederate general to civil rights heroes. Please vote tonight for Justice High School. And I just want to add on that I really want a new name. I've been part of this group for now 2 years, and I graduate this June. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shree Manan, Fairfax County NAACP Youth Council Advisor and parent of 2 students that attend Herndon Middle School and Herndon High School. In taking the long overdue step to rename Jeb Stuart, the Fairfax County School Board will have an opportunity to disavow one of the relics of the county's segregationist past. It will also have the opportunity to make a decisive statement on behalf of equal opportunity for women and girls. As a youth council advisor for the Fairfax NAACP and a woman of color, I find it an absolute travesty that not one of Fairfax County's 28 high schools is named after a woman of color. As a woman of color and a board member of the Fairfax NAACP, I speak for the branch when I say we support any name that acknowledges the struggle against racial injustice and pays homage to minority contributions to our state and country, but we prefer Barbara Rose Johns. I also speak for the branch when I say we strongly oppose keeping the name Stewart or renaming it after any other person whose primary accomplishments were actions taken in support for the Confederacy. John is a hero all Virginians can look up to, particularly women of color. In 1951, at the age of 16, she led a series of student actions which culminated in the Supreme Court's decision to outlaw segregated schools. For her courageous and effective leadership, she has been called the girl who sparked Brown versus Board of Education and Virginia's Rosa Parks. It's time for the state of Virginia and Fairfax County to give Johns the recognition she deserves for her key role in making our public school system a more inclusive and beneficial system for all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nabal Masood. Nabal.
Hi, I will be sharing my time with my good friend Ernestine here. I think, if I can get one point in, that there are more than one Confederate symbols in Fairfax County. If you have a list now, you can pick one to replace Stewart, and there are many more. So don't let the names divide you. And here's Ernestine Hasty.
My name is Ernestine Hasty, and I'm a former school board member that represents Providence. And Providence has students in Stewart High School. I was very impressed that the students are the ones leading the drive to change the name of the school. I've heard of some of the suggested names. Of course, I know of and greatly respect Thurgood Marshall. But I learned of another named Barbara Rose Johns, with whom I am not familiar, so I did some research. I was surprised to find only one high school in the state is named after a woman. Barbara Johns was a 16-year-old junior at Moulton High School, the black high school in Prince Edward County. The school had no cafeteria, no gym, and was hugely overcrowded. And the school, the tar paper classrooms leaked when it rained. The school was totally inadequate compared to the white high school. The principal and PTA requested help from the school board, but it got no response. So in April 1951, 450 students, led by Barbara Johns, walked out. After 2 weeks, she contacted the NAACP. The NAACP sent lawyers, and the students agreed to participate in the lawsuit, which became Davis versus Prince Edward County Schools, and joined with 4 others to become the Brown versus the Board of Education, and went to the Supreme Court. In 1954, the Supreme Court stated, in the field of education, separate but equal has no place. Separate education facilities are inherently unequal. Barbara Johns was a key figure in the beginning of the civil rights movement, and the courage and leadership she displayed has now been recognized. The Virginia Civil Rights Memorial in Richmond is a sculpture of Johns and her classmates in honor of the great personal risks they took and support of the black students and their families in their struggle for full and equal education opportunities in Virginia. Stewart High School was opened in 1959 for white students only, in the time of massive resistance, with the state refusing to admit black students. Naming the school Barbara Johns High is joining governors of Virginia and the General Assembly in honoring her bravery and remembering the fight against massive resistance, which black families across Fairfax County and Virginia finally succeeded in eliminating to get public education for all. I ask for your vote for Barbara Johns High. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wanda Martinson.
Thank you very much. I'll be yielding my time to Vince Natuno.
Good evening. Well, we're here. I appreciate all of your work, some more than others. I think it's really interesting that all this discussion and all these speakers are talking about their recommendations for your choices. We all know it's already been chosen. It's Justice. Justice was the choice that was put forward against Stewart as the name of the school, and Stewart was opposed to because it was Jeb Stuart with a silent Jeb. And we all know that Justice High School is Justice Marshall High School with a silent Marshall. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's effort. I know you have been beaten up as we have been beaten up. My racial perspectives have been called into question. I think it's interesting that everyone seems to think this is a Democrat versus Republican issue, and the Republicans want to keep the name. I myself consider myself to be a liberal Democrat. I am, however, a staunch supporter of integrity of process. And it doesn't matter to me at all what the school is called if the community is included in the process to choose what the name is, rather than something that's just plucked out of a dictionary as the word justice is. Many of you have in work sessions, Dr. Moon said that the choice of Jeb Stuart, or of Stewart as the name, was a great compromise. You have changed your position on that now. Ms. Palchak, you have said that the process by which the school was named was flawed, and we need to fix it next time. And that, to me, is throwing Jeb Stuart under the bus. Not appropriate at all. I just think that this is all theater. Fairfax County taxpayers, you need to know that you're paying for this. It is not a racial issue at all. It is not a name issue at all. It is a process issue. And I think this process has been totally run off the rails. Also, Madam Chairman, I wish you would make a motion. I understand Ms. Corbett Sanders has to leave early tonight, and if we do not get to a vote, her vote will not count for whatever reason, because she has to leave the meeting. And I think this is a big enough decision to be made for all of the county taxpayers and for tens of years from now, that she should be allowed to stay here and vote for the issue, or all members should be able to be on record as to what the vote is. I can't tell you how exhausting this has been. I know it has been for you too, and I absolutely am ready for it to be over, but I will not stop honoring the integrity of process that you all should have honored. And Ms. McLaughlin, props to you. Props to you for your mom and fighting your way back here for this vote.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christian Barbosa.
I was asked to read this by Jeb Stuart High School student who wanted to remain anonymous because he and his family feared for his own safety. So I'm here reading on his behalf. Excuse me?
Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm a student at Jeb Stuart High School. I truly wish I could be up on this podium myself speaking my opinion, but I'm sincerely concerned on my safety after being previously bullied, name-called, and threatened on my views and speaking my truth. Since I was introduced to the name change debate, I've been against it. Initially, I believe our school has had so many more problems and we need to focus on priorities. I have seen, after being at Stewart, many problems of all kinds, but most importantly, students who take other students' lunch scraps home on Friday afternoons so they can have food over the weekend for them and their siblings. I have had friends in class and on sports teams who have asked me to give them food so they can give it to their siblings aged 3 to 14. Now I'm educated enough to know that we are now receiving a $1 million check from the county to spend on whatever we please. I am sure, although, that if our community who are fighting each other on this topic right now came together to find a solution to these issues, we could solve them. How would these students who are physically suffering feel if we spent the extreme amount of money on a name change where students and people are mentally suffering? This is beside the point. Stewart High School is a school full of love, happiness, and beauty. Not only this, but we have, in my opinion, some of the smartest and most genuine kids in the world. Our school is full of young, bright minds that have so much potential and hope. Students of all races and ethnicities come together to create a safe and fun learning environment. The school board of Fairfax County Public Schools has the job to create safe learning environments for the students. This debate made me question my safety at school for simply speaking my opinion after creating so much aggression and hate. I have been threatened and called names by fellow peers that I've known all my life who I know would never say such cruel things prior to the name change debate. It kills me to see my community that I've lived in all my life now separated and full of hate for each other over this topic. Another job of the school board is to serve the people and represent the people's opinion. The board's original compromise made in late January was that the community was going to be given the power to vote in the name of the school. She took advantage of a loophole to get out of this statement, and quite literally, she goes against the people she voted by. Her district voted by majority to keep the Stewart High School name. Many of the voters were students at the school. This was the first time any of the students were given the chance to vote on something real and were under the impression that our community vote would be the name of our great school. Not only Miss Evans, but if the entire board votes to choose a name other than Jeb Stuart High School, they are telling these young voters that not only this debate, but all future voting opportunities, their vote does not matter. They are saying that if they should not trust democracy and they should give that they gave their support and belief in. They are saying that these students should not look up to the school board members because these members completely disregard the students' voices. The board questions why my fellow students and I haven't come out and spoken our opinion about keeping the name. This is why. We are scared. We are worried aggressive and harsh members of the Change the Name team will target us. We would love to come out and speak to the board, but have already been threatened for speaking our opinion at school. I really hope the board gives the community, alumni, and most importantly the students what they voted for. Students are the ones that attend the school every day. If the board chooses to name the school otherwise, they will be disregarding complete in the students' opinion and hope for students' opinions and their hope for future success. Thank you.
And shame for heckling.
Thank you.
Shame.
We now have 5 video testimonies, and the first video is presented by Debbie Ratliff, and it will be presented, we can see it on screens here and also behind us. Thank you.
The One Fairfax resolution states, achieving racial and social equity are integral to Fairfax County's future economic success. Racial equity will reverse racial disparity trends and will eliminate institutional racism. The building we're standing in now, Luther Jackson Middle School, named for an African American, opened in 1954 as a segregated school. When FCPS finally integrated in 1965, the school became a middle school because the facilities were not up to par, it was determined, to be a high school. We are standing in a building that's an example of institutional racism in FCPS. It's all around us, and we're so close to it that we often do not even see it. Fairfax County is huge. It's complex to govern such a large community. For this reason, each magisterial district has its own rep on the school board. The Mason District rep has worked tirelessly to listen to her constituents for more than 2 years on the Jeb Stuart High School name change discussion. The Mason District rep's motion to change the name to Justice High School is a response to the students and the community's desire to reverse institutional racism and show support for people of color and our place in our community. At the same time, many feel this name, Justice High School, falls short of the mark and is a panacea rooted in the institutional racism that's very much a part of who we are. Can we not bring ourselves to name a school after a person of color in the year 2017? The weighted community vote, September 16th, indicates that the community wants to name the school after a person, not a place. The community's preference also clearly shows that we support a person of color as the school's namesake. 7 names were supported by nearly half of the total weighted community vote, 7 people of color. But the community vote does not decide the name of the school. The school board will vote on the motions before them. The magisterial district representatives represent their own constituencies. That's why the motion to change the name is from the Mason District rep. Our at-large members listen to constituents in all districts. It's highly irregular for a school board member to introduce motions to control the business of another school board member's district. The Springfield District rep's motions to change the name of the high school set a bad precedent for school board members to manage the business and interests of the constituencies outside of their own districts. Justice High School is a compromise. It's not a person of color, as 47% of the community prefers. The school board has been asking the community to find a compromise and come together. This name can achieve that. It can stand for justice in our community and action to reverse institutional racism, specifically targeting the history of the African American community in Fairfax County. As I write this, I don't know what substitute motions may be introduced before the school board votes tonight. With the original motion and 2 additional motions from the Springfield District rep before me, I asked the school board to support the Mason District rep's motion based on her work with her constituents. The symbolism of Justice High School is strong, and the implementation plan can include the education component that was included in the July resolution to teach about and honor all who believe and fight for justice and a diverse and inclusive world.
Thank you. The next video is presented by John Allen, and the first part of it does not have an audio, so there's nothing wrong. There will be an audio later on, so go ahead and roll the next video testimony.
Hi, my name is John Allen. I'm here to show you some slides on Colonel Mendez. He's an educator, diplomat, veteran. Thank you for watching the slides. Please vote for Colonel Mendez, educator, diplomat, veteran.
Thank you. The next video is presented by Nadim Masoud.
Good evening. My name is Nibal Masood,
And I'm Nadine Masood.
and I am a Stewart alumni from 2013.
And I'm a current student.
Today, the school board will vote on the new name for our high school. I would like to first share with you the results of the community vote. As we can see, when we look at the unweighted first, second, and third choice votes from the community, Justice Thurgood Marshall had the most total votes. Justice Thurgood Marshall, Stewart, and Barbara Rose Johns were all within 10 votes of each other, while Peace Valley and Luis G. Mendez had more distant support in terms of total votes. I think it's important to remember Ms. Colfax's motion after the name change vote. It reads, in order for FCPS students to have a factual and historical understanding behind the names of our schools, I move that brief lessons be developed as part of the social studies curriculum where students will learn about the history behind the names of the individual schools they attend.
The new name reflects a deliberate choice in what histories our county is willing to teach. Given that the name Stewart honored the Confederacy, which was fought to preserve slavery, and thus diminished the horrors surrounding the enslavement of African Americans, and given that the school was named Stewart during an era of massive resistance to school integration that the Black Civil Rights Movement fought for, and given that the school was built upon the land of African American Peace Valley community that was taken away by the county through eminent domain. It is my firm belief that the new name must give a historical understanding of the old name that has terrorized Black people in the community for almost 60 years. We cannot erase this. We must deliberately choose to highlight the histories of Black civil rights leaders who represent the other side of the story of Stewart High School.
Of the presented options, Stewart is an irredeemably racist choice, and all board members should know this by now. After 2.5 years of community advocacy, some might make a financial excuse, but a racist choice to save money is still a racist choice, especially since the name change will have private funding. And Nadine and I, we both prefer the name Barbara Rose Johns, because we feel it is about time that we memorialize the Black women who have been leaders in the civil rights movement, although Justice Thurgood Marshall is a great choice as well.
Thank you. The next video testimony is presented by Laurel Guy. Thank you. The last video testimony is presented by Erica Fitzpatrick.
Hey, my name is Erica Fitzpatrick. I'm an FCPS alum. As a Japanese American, I know how important it is to know history. When Fairfax County chose to honor Stewart, it either sent the message that the Confederacy was not fought to preserve slavery, or worse, that slavery was not that bad. Both narratives need to be addressed and strongly corrected. For almost 60 years, every penny we spent on maintaining Stewart High School was spent on a name that minimized slavery and, in doing so, dehumanized the Black students in our county. As Julia Clark said over the summer, it made Black kids second-class students at the school. Though immigrants of color face discrimination, my ancestors were never enslaved in the U.S., and as Mr. Moon said on July 27th, I'm never going to know what that feels like. So because of this, I think it's especially important that the new name shows that we value our Black students specifically. The kids currently at the high school deserve to graduate under the banner of Justice High School. Justice High School is the only name that honors Black civil rights leaders. Sandy Evans represents the district and knows best what her constituents want. I strongly urge you to support Sandy Evans' motion to name the school Justice High School tonight, and with no delay.
Thank you. And thank you to all who came out to share your views with us this evening. I believe we've already seen that. It's great how it replays itself. Magical. Thank you. The next item is Student Representative Matters, and I call on Ms. Betacanda.
Thank you. So I know the topic on everyone's minds tonight is the Jeb Stuart High School renaming, so I'll be speaking to that. I supported the name change motion back in July, and tonight I support the motion on the floor to rename Jeb Stuart High School to Justice High School. And I would also support any alternate motions that include completely removing the Jeb Stuart name in full. I know that there are some here who believe that removing Jeb Stuart's name from the school would constitute an erasure of history. But as a society, we don't just record our history on schools and statues. We record our history through books, museums, historical artifacts, historical records that our students will learn in their history classes. We don't name schools after people to merely remember them. We name schools after people to glorify and valorize who they were and what they stood for. And this is what our history was. In 1959, when the school board of the time chose to name the school Jeb Stuart, Virginia was engaged in massive resistance to the Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision. Schools across the state were engaged in efforts to promote hostility towards African American students, to show them that they weren't welcome in their schools. So in 1959, the school board deemed that Jeb Stuart would have been the person worthy to be honored on the name of the school. But we are now in 2017. We would not choose to valorize Jeb Stuart's name by naming a school after him today, so why should we let his name persist? Even if it was named in 1959, not changing the name tonight would indicate that we accept Jeb Stuart's name on the school, that we are complicit in glorifying a man whose actions fly in the face of our commitment to diversity in this school system. As a school system, we are tasked with advancing equity for all of our students, and that starts with creating an environment that is welcoming to all students, and that begins with the name our students see as they walk into the school every morning, the name they see on the jerseys and uniforms as they play for their school, and the name they'll see on their diploma when they graduate in June. And the school board in 1959 knew this as well, but they used the name to make a hostile statement against African American students. We can't change or erase the dark parts of our history, but we must continue moving forward, righting the wrongs of our past. We as a school board and a society must work to make society better, to learn from the wrongs of history and be committed to never repeating them again. And that starts with changing this name.
Thank you, Ms. Betacanda. The next item on our agenda is confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case, and at this time will make several motions to confirm their recommended action. First, I will call on Mr. Moon for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to excuse from attendance at school certain students identified in closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 22.1-254B1.
Is there a second? Ms. Corbett Sanders. All those in favor? That is, okay. It is Evans, Wilson, McLaughlin, Palchak, McElveen, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Moon, Hines, Darren Koufax. Abstention? Ms. Schultz, and Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Thank you. And by the way, to clarify, generally people who abstain is because they were absent. Next, I served as chairman of a 3-member hearing committee along with Ms. Darnette Koufax and Ms. Corbett Sanders. And I moved to expel a student for threatening and assaulting another student with a weapon. Is there a second? Ms. Corbett Sanders, all those in favor? Ms. Darnette Koufax, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Corbett Sanders, that motion passes. Thank you. Next, I will call on Mr. McElveen.
I move that a recommendation to revoke the Virginia teaching license of the teacher identified in closed meeting will be forwarded to the Superintendent of Public Instruction at the Virginia Department of Education.
Is there a second? Ms. Palchak, all those in favor? Okay, that is Evans, Wilson, McLaughlin, Palchak, McElveen, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Moon, Hines, Darnette Koufax, abstention, Schultz, and Keys-Gamarra. Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is the renaming of Jeb Stuart High School. And first I will call on Ms. Evans for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Justice High School. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop an implementation plan by December 14th, 2017.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to offer this motion to rename Jeb Stuart High School as Justice High School. The name will honor Justice Thurgood Marshall, Barbara Rose Johns, and Colonel Louis G. Mendez, Jr., as well as all of those who have fought for justice and equality in our country, in our community, and in our neighborhoods. It's a name that reflects values we hold dear, such as equity, inclusion, and diversity. Justice for all is a fundamental American ideal. At the same time, it recognizes the special contributions of the 3 individuals who rose to the top when the Stuart community expressed its preferences on who or what to honor as we move forward with a new school name. Bringing these people together under the very American ideal of justice would exemplify the bridge that we're looking for to move from the past into the future together. I want to thank all of the many people who've participated in this process, who have written to us, called us, testified, come out to community meetings, and weighed in with their ideas. I particularly want to recognize the students of Stuart High School, both those who have advocated for the name change, those who opposed it, and those who were torn on the issue. I've heard very thoughtful and overwhelmingly civil comments from these young people. I want them to know how very proud I am of them and commend them for being involved, regardless of their view. This has been a long and very difficult process. I am not going to say it was a perfect process. The debate has gone on for too long. However, we are doing the right thing by changing the name to one that reflects and celebrates values we hold dear. At the end of the day, we need to make a clear and confident decision and work to bring the community together with a positive approach toward the change. Please remember, this is my community and my neighborhood. I have lived within a mile of Stuart High School for a quarter of a century. When I go outside my door and walk down my street and visit friends and neighbors, I'm in the Stuart community. When my husband and I donate money for scholarships, it goes to Stuart students. When I go to Starbucks or the grocery store, civic associations, PTA meetings, and school events, it's in Mason District, and most often in the Stuart Pyramid. I fully expect to draw my last breath in this community. No one else on this board has those kinds of connections. So I do understand and appreciate and regret the divisions that have developed over this issue. I have had countless conversations over the past 2 years with Stewart students, parents, teachers, and community members. So I do feel that I am in the best position to gauge what we need to do to move forward. This motion has received enthusiastic support from my constituents. While I understand those who are opposed to the name change are also strongly opposed to this motion, even as it is a compromise, many, many others have found it unifying and inspirational. I have heard directly, for example, from several Stewart teachers supporting the name Justice High School, as well as many students and many parents and many community members. One element that many people on all sides of this issue have brought up is how we need to make sure we educate students about the history involved in this issue, and I agree. We have seen some wonderful suggestions, and we just had another tonight about naming hallways at Stewart High School for different civil rights leaders. I think that's a wonderful idea. And we can have a more robust conversation as a school and a community about our shared history, as well as the contributions of individuals such as Justice Marshall, Barbara Rose Johns, and Colonel Mendez. The possibilities are endless for learning opportunities as part of this change. Stewart is an amazing school, one of the most diverse and inclusive, not only in our county, but in our entire country. Its motto is "We are one," and they live that every day. They have recently highlighted their Positivity Project, which can be an example for all of our schools and for all of us. I ask that we move forward boldly and with confidence, with an inspirational and inclusive name that the students and the community can be proud of. I ask that we start work tomorrow to bring the community together over a new name that exemplifies values we hold dear. I ask that you support my motion to name this amazing school Justice High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. Keyes-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. It is my honor to support Board Member Evans's motion, as it is a compromise that encompasses many viewpoints, attempts to address the needs of members of her community, and emphasizes not the missteps of our past, but on the power and hope of our future. I also encourage my colleagues to support this motion as well. This is Ms. Evans's community, and she has worked through many meetings with her community and beyond to reach this resolution. As many of you know, I initially suggested that the school be named after Thurgood Marshall. But some on this board expressed concern that it could produce confusion with a nearby high school. I listened to those concerns, have talked with many of my colleagues as that were available, and have met with as many people as time would allow in my now nearly 45-day tenure on this board. What I have learned through reading all the emails, the background information on the history of our school system and the like, is that we have truly had a difficult history as a board. We have attempted to have hard discussions, and now it is time to advocate for a resolution. For me, the most prominent factor through the process of decision-making has been how this discussion started with the students. Students from Jeb Stuart High School came forward and began to question the name on their school. They, for me, are heroes. I define that word as such because I believe that all change begins with a simple question: why? They asked why, and rightly so. Their questions have challenged our sense of history and is helping to define how we move forward. It was their actions that led me on the journey of understanding the history of the FCPS school system, our Commonwealth, and desegregation, how the massive resistance was part and parcel of how the name came to be, and how FCPS struggled to respond to the Brown versus Board of Education decision. Irrespective of how we view history, I believe that we can all agree what happened back then isn't right for us today. And that leads me back to the students, because that is my primary focus. In my professional life, I focus on fighting for the best interests of children every day, and I simply cannot remove that lens for this decision. I have wrestled with my understanding of the past, the historical documents that showed how state funds were used to place the name of a Confederate general on this school, and others. I have pondered the weight that all of this represents. That weight is the elephant in the room. In my discussion with some of my colleagues and even some in the community, I have been faced with those who cherish their past, and they have a type of nostalgia. I don't fault anyone for those feelings. It's okay, and those people should not be, and I believe, are not condemned in this motion. What this motion represents is a recognition that we have learned through the process, that history has taught us, that our children, all children, irrespective of their background, race, or zip code, are important and hold potential that we as a community cannot afford to lose. Unfortunately, the symbol that this board voted to remove in July, the name of a Confederate general placed on a school using state funds, does not represent or encourage that potential for all students. For many, the Confederacy and its symbols are vestiges of our past that separate us as a community and as a nation. This is the burden that I seek to lift today. I want to say this again, and as clearly as I am able. There is a burden associated with the name we are removing. As an attorney who focuses on improving the lives of children, I am well aware of how such burdens can not only hinder, but even cripple those who are forced to carry them. That burden is inextricably connected to the history of our Commonwealth and our community. They cannot be separated. Historical context matters. Names matter. For the last 50 years or so, we have lifted up a name that did not inspire our entire community to rise. With my vote, I seek to rectify that today. We are at a crossroads, and it is my hope to walk through this journey with my colleagues in an effort to provide a future for our children and their children that is lighter and brighter than the past. I believe that we have a responsibility. I believe that it is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do because this proposal encompasses the wishes of as many citizens as possible and residents. It's the right thing to do because this name does not ignore or turn a blind eye to history. It's the right thing to do because this name does not condemn or blame anyone. It's the right thing to do because it lifts the burden of a weighty and controversial history. It's the right thing to do because people have been impacted through actions that those same people could not control. And it's the right thing to do because of the simple words that we all shared earlier today. When we said the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. These are the words that have inspired me to support this motion. This is the only motion that does not lift the importance of one person above another. This motion sends the right message to our students and to our community. Madam Chair, my fellow colleagues, I humbly second the motion to rename this school to Justice High School. We will honor Justice Thurgood Marshall for his contribution to advance education for every resident in the United States through his efforts on the Brown versus Board of Education case. We will honor Barbara Johns, a courageous young girl who stood up to authority and to face educational injustice. And we will honor Colonel Mendez, who wore the uniform for this country and lived in this community. They represent those simple words, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I also believe that I saw Mr. Ben Press, or did he leave again? We do have Ben Press, who is with us tonight, who is a former student representative to the board. Yes, he was here a minute ago. Oh, well. Okay, there will now be a series of motions and amendments before we vote on the opening motion. So I will call on Mrs. Schultz for a substitute motion.
I move the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Colonel Louis G. Mendez, Jr. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Schultz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I have some prepared comments, and then I have some extemporaneous comments. I don't usually have prepared comments, but I felt it was necessary this evening. First of all, I will take the hit for the removal of the Stewart motion, and I will explain that in a minute. There are no votes for Stewart. There are no votes for doing nothing. I'm not sure how we go forward in the 11th hour and proclaim that justice is a compromise when the community never got the chance to vote on it. Both of those choices are the most fiscally sound decisions and the most responsive to every single community and student-held vote, and are in keeping with the July 27th motion passed by this board, which read in part, "In the spirit of compromise and in recognition of the need to minimize costs, as well as a desire for continuity for alumni and staff, we request that the Stewart community consider Stewart High School as the new name." That was the motion that was passed on July 27th. However, and that's a big however, the community was asked to follow a process that was advertised by this board. In selecting the name that is in the main motion, we are violating the latest in a phase of processes that have been advertised to our community. This, in the ultimate irony, is not justice. Last Friday, I went to the Stewart homecoming. We received a lot of emails over time, and I felt that it was necessary to go and to speak to students, to dance squad, cheerleaders, football players, alumni, proponents for change, proponents for keeping the name, but to be there and be present to hear and see for myself what the community thought. It is not our school. It is not the 12 people at the board's school, and it's not our money. This is public school with public money for public benefit. And I have never been an advocate for retaining the name Jeb Stuart for the purpose of retaining the name Jeb Stuart. I have been a proponent for following and honoring our role as servant leaders and stewards of your money in the role of governing at your behest, because we are seeking to represent you. So how do we heal a broken community? That's my only mission. The only possibility of doing that I saw after last Friday was Colonel Mendez. They're now saying a neutral name is a compromise, that we need to have a name that doesn't represent or elevate any individual name in order to compromise. But that option was given, and that option was selected by the community. They made it. It was Peace Valley. Peace Valley was the 4th highest vote and one of the recommendations from the superintendent to this board. That choice is being ignored by the board. if we want to no name and not elevate anyone above, but respect the will of the community, we have that option, and we're choosing not to do it. So Colonel Louis G. Mendez Jr., as a new name, in my humble opinion, is a far superior option to what is being described as a concept name, the word justice. I don't know what a concept name is supposed to be. It's been 2 years, and I've just heard the phrase concept name this week. But I do understand the concept of justice. It is grounded in the rule of law, defined as a situation in which the laws of a country are obeyed by everyone. So who do we have in Colonel Louis Mendez? A Navajo Indian, and it's Native American History Month. Can you imagine that? A Navajo Indian, Spanish and Mexican, West Point graduate, when there were virtually no cadets who looked like him. A highly decorated airborne combat veteran of World War II and a recipient of the Distinguished Service Cross, 3 Bronze Stars, who helped save a French town, supporting the victory on D-Day, helping to liberate the world from the tyranny of oppression absent the rule of law. A cavalry commander in the Korean War, whose unit, by the way, were the Raiders, helping to liberate a portion of a country and millions of Koreans from the tyranny of the oppression of the absence of the rule of law. A foreign attaché serving as an envoy to communicate diplomatically and effectively. It's a pretty good example. Decades-long resident of Lake Barcroft, who put 8 of his 12 children through Jeb Stuart High School, a noble and worthy example to all students of leading a successful professional career with a servant's heart and a lifetime of commitment to his faith, to his wife, to his children, to his country, to his community, and to others. For a school that is majority Latino and Hispanic, we have an opportunity to uphold someone who persevered through a very difficult beginning, who sees the opportunity of education and exemplified service to others. This is an invaluable chance. This is a single moment in time, and it is the only path I see to end a very painful process with a shred of integrity. This is all I know to do at this point. I hope that this is an authentic choice, an option for our board to select one of the 5 names and respect the rule of law, rather than to pervert the course of justice that I think would cause Thurgood Marshall to turn in his grave. This is a board of 12. This is a board of 12. If motions only required the support of a district board member, then the governance would provide for that. State law would provide for that. Decisions would be made by the individual board members, and there would be no need for us to meet. It would save me a lot of time. Yet the work of the board requires us to collaborate, to work together, and to be focused on the mission of directing our efforts towards students in the classroom and to govern with transparency and accountability. These are things which a diplomat, a veteran, and an educator would do. We've been told that the community would collaborate with Dr. Brabrand in this latest process. They put forward 73 names, some a little less serious than others. Schoolie McSchoolface, I don't think had any serious consideration. But the community spoke. They spoke in the way that we asked them to. We advertised that process. If we cannot, at the end of the day, select someone who was not only a distinguished individual who gave back not 4 years in repayment to the American people for his education at West Point, but 30 years of service, who went on not only in his military career to be an educator, but went on to lead the National Right to Read program, the very fundamental, the core essence of education for the Department of Education. So an educator through his life, a diplomat through his life, served others through his life, and was a member of this community, and whose name reflects the makeup of this community. This is the type of story that we can uphold to heal a community. And I want to tell you that I'm offering this, he doesn't know it, but there's a student, his name is Ahmed. He's not here, but I saw a video of he and his friend talking about his time at Stewart. And it was a game changer for me. I just saw it this week. I was ready to just let this thing go. You know, let's kick the can down the road, let's find another way. And the pain and the anguish that we created for an Egyptian Sudanese student, a senior graduating this year, and his friends, and seeing what we've done to them through their eyes, that this 2-year-long process doesn't reflect Stewart. It doesn't reflect the fact that every friend group is made up of every color, of every background, of every language. This doesn't reflect it. So finding a way forward to compromise and being led by a humble servant, a dedicated family man, a member of the community who put his own children through this school and has a distinguished story to tell is something that I think that every student at Stewart, regardless of their background, regardless of their creed, regardless of their language, could exemplify and hold up, this is how you live your life. This is the kind of integrity that we should be telling and that we should be modeling, not perverting the course of justice. So I'm seeking for us to finally collaborate and reflect and pick one of the 5 names and honor the process that we've offered to the community in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Would you like to speak to your second?
First, I want to begin by sharing with the audience. There's no doubt in my mind that my colleagues and I have deliberated on this with more intensity and commitment than I have ever seen in my 6 years serving on the board. And while the 12 of us came in tonight, and as our best understanding is a true deadlock on what's the right thing to do, I do believe that all 12 of us, our goal is to try and help the community heal. And the student videos, the capturing the spirit tonight in that video of Stewart High School was probably the most powerful for me, to see that diverse community really celebrating the shared spirit of that school. I am seconding this amendment because, as I shared earlier today with Colonel Mendez's daughter, Tina, in this process that has been painful, and it has divided not just the community, but it has divided the board's understanding of how best to help the community. The silver lining out of all of this is that Colonel Mendez's story is truly inspirational. I have lived in Fairfax County now since 1995. My husband was raised here. My 3 sons have been raised here. And I could not be more proud to be a Fairfax County resident, someone who studied American history, whose son will graduate from Georgetown with a minor in history, and to know that we have someone like Colonel Mendez, who spent almost 60 years of his life here in Fairfax County, here in Mason District, here in the Jeb Stuart Pyramid. And he exemplifies everything that I, as an individual, as a parent, as a school board member, could ever hope that we would learn and celebrate in this county. Colonel Mendez survived Normandy. He survived the European World War II theater. He survived Korea with his raiders. When I think about what I would hope and want for the Stewart student body, and the alumni in something that has been a very painful thing to identify as just Stewart. But to think about a community that can now identify with the incredible legacy that Colonel Mendez left this earth, what he represents, I think that that is how we can best help this community heal. The fact that he not only served our country with distinction, that 8 of his children were part of our Stewart fabric, that he then went on to lead that national effort for the right to read program, literacy, the importance of education, the fact that when we look at the changing demographics of our community and we want to build hope and inspiration and aspiration for all of our students, regardless of their background, that Colonel Mendez came from such a humble background, and look at all that he achieved. I can't imagine a better name to attach to the Stewart High School than to be Colonel Luis Mendez High School. And while I was in California, and yes, there's been references to the fact that my mother lost her home in the fires, but I spent at least the last 5 days talking with my colleagues. I took a red-eye flight last night to get here at 8 o'clock this morning because I want to be part of an effort to heal this community. I really want our board to demonstrate to you that we know how to find that compromise and come together. And I do believe that when you look at who Colonel Mendez is, that we have an opportunity to name for the first time in Fairfax County history a high school after a person of color that not only speaks to our students of color, but to all students and to all families and to all residents in Fairfax County. And so I ask my colleagues, as you heard tonight, even Shirley Ginwright sharing with us in her remarks, choosing Colonel Mendez is a beautiful choice, and I really hope that our colleagues will support that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Wilson for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also would like to express my thanks and just appreciation for all of the eloquent speakers tonight, the videos, the emails, and frankly, the what's been said here at the dais tonight as well. I'm just really amazed, and I hope that I can be half as good as you. I had no idea who Colonel Mendez was until a member of the family reached out to me. That was Tina Mendez. And to be honest with you, I didn't have a lot of openness to the idea of Mendez because I had not seen much support in the vote that was held at the high school. But then I read the packet of materials that I was provided and learned more from my conversation with Tina. And at the end of that conversation, and this is really true, as the son of a career Army officer who did 2 tours in combat in Vietnam, I can't imagine a better thing to give to my father than to testify on his behalf in front of the public. And I just want to commend the Mendez family for stepping forward at when a member of the community brought your father's name forward as a possibility. You rallied as a family of 12 kids and really explained why he was such an exceptional person. And I'm going to take a few minutes here because I think that it's worth doing this again. I'm going to read the following. By the direction of the President of the United States, under the provisions of AR 600-45, 22 September 1943, the Distinguished Service Cross is awarded to Lieutenant Colonel Luis G. Mendez, Jr., Infantry, United States Army, for extraordinary heroism in combat while commanding a battalion of a parachute infantry regiment. One instance of particular note was in an assault on a town in France through a withering concentration of observed mortar, timed artillery, and machine gun crossfire. In their first attempt to win their objective, the two assault companies were pinned to the ground by a devastating artillery barrage and suffered heavy casualties. Appreciating the danger of delay, Lieutenant Colonel Mendez crawled into a position in front of his men, leaped to his feet, and led the charge which drove the enemy out of town. By his calm disregard for personal danger and his ability to act quickly and aggressively under fire, he turned an imminent catastrophe into a victory. Lieutenant Colonel Mendez's courage, calmness, judgment, and devotion to duty were directly responsible for the achievement of his battalion's objective and were in keeping with the highest traditions of our armed forces. I would just correct one minor thing that Ms. McLaughlin stated. This man did not survive World War II. He led the United States and the Allies to victory in his part with the 508th. Now, I'm going to read one other thing because I think it sends a little bit different message about Colonel Mendez. He says, as our headquarters, the 3rd Battalion lead plane approached Normandy on D-Day, June 6, 1944, our C-47s hit a deep, cloudy, overcast, and started to separate, take evasive action, and climb higher in order not to collide with each other. When I jumped, I looked up, and the only plane I saw was the one from which I jumped. I do not remember the name of the jump master, but Colonel Luis Mendez, our 3rd Battalion commander, jumped number 2, and I jumped number 3 in the stick. I landed in a small field close to a hedgerow and did not see anyone. I was scared to death. I got out of my chute quickly and headed for what I thought was our assembly area. I began to remind myself of the challenge and the countersign. As I turned the corner of the field, I could see the figure of someone lying and moving on the ground. I hit the ground with a feeling just short of panic. With my finger on the trigger, I aimed my M1 straight at the figure and yelled, "Flash!" I did not get the expected response of thunder, but I immediately heard clearly, "Dick, is that you?" I recognized the voice of Colonel Mendez and answered loudly, "Yes, sir." Then I relaxed and began to feel better, knowing that it was my leader whom I had heard and with whom I had trained for the past 18 months. We were both elated. The colonel had not forgotten thunder. In that brief, excitable moment, he just didn't come out with the countersign. He thanked God that our night training and voice recognition saved his life. And lastly, this is from a forward. These are men deserving of accolades, talking about the 508th. Men who belong in the Hall of Fame, whose faces should be honored on stamps, men worthy of emulation by our school children and all Americans. These are the men who put fear and danger behind them and fought for freedom. These are the men who taught me what teamwork can accomplish in war, who opened my eyes to the urgent need for guided men, not guided missiles. Who gave my 12 children and their children a future. When I got to know the Mendez family and learned about Colonel Mendez, I suggested to some of my colleagues that actually perhaps the school should be named after Colonel Mendez and his wife, because he also raised 12 children. And I know from having 4 of my own and having also jumped out of a perfectly good airplane that it's a lot easier to jump out of an airplane than raise those kids. And he had 3 times as many as I did. So I want to, again, just say thank you to the Mendez family for bringing this to me, because this just speaks so much volume about who we are as people and what we can accomplish. And I am proud to say that I would support this motion for Colonel Mendez.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, to the family members, Mendez family members, the information you have provided to the members on the board and the community on your father's life, as I was reading through those materials, was truly inspirational, truly inspirational. I'm not just saying that he is a role model for ethnic minorities, he's a role model for all Americans. And I'm sure those of you who were at the work session in last Monday at the Gatehouse Community Service Center, you heard me speak about my support for renaming Jeb Stuart to Mendez High School after your father or your grandfather, great-grandfather's name. And I am going to support that this evening. However, I need to ask a couple of questions to make out of the motion. Mr. Schultz, I know that we board members have been talking with each other for last at least several days. I think I spent more than 50% of my time during the day earlier today talking with many of board members, and there have been many newly crafted motions come up, and some of the motions might have been even taken off from the board doc, and etc. And I see two different motions related to Mendez High School. One is one that you just proposed, which is a substitute motion, and I also see an amendment later on. I mean, I assume that if this substitute motion does not pass, your intention is, when it gets to that point, want to make an amendment? Is that your intent?
So I appreciate the question, Mr. Moon. There was debate amongst ourselves, and I prefer clarity of governance and a clean motion, which this is a very clean motion without a lot of, frankly, a lot of legal sounding references to, past actions of the board. And that was what had been crafted to the point. But if the board prefers a more robust motion rather than a very clean motion, which is simply to identify what we're doing, then I'd prefer just a clean motion. If we need all the other additional language and everybody feels more comfortable with the plussed up version, then my goal is to, look, I've done everything I can to compromise to get us here. My Stewart motion was before the Mendez motion. I put that second in the event that we passed Mendez, we wouldn't have to go on to Stewart. Then I took the Stewart motion off in another show of good faith in the hope that we could just vote on Mendez and be finished. My father was a Navy captain. This is a huge compromise. So this is a big, I ask 3 members of this board to please co-sponsor this with me in an effort to compromise. I've found every way I can to try to get us to a compromise, but respect the 5 choices that were given to us. So it's merely an effort to find another path that if people feel more comfortable, if that's another way to compromise, I'm willing to do what it takes to help us.
Okay. Again, as I said, I intend to support the motion to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School to Mendez High School, but not in this format of the motion. We had some conversation about this, discussion regarding what should be the proper format of the motion be. And even though, as much as I prefer straightforward, clean motion, that I feel that for this particular motion, we need to have those preambles that will serve us better. So I am not going to support this substitute motion, but when it gets to the motion to amend, to replace the name of Justice with Colonel Luis Mendez, I'll be supporting that amendment. And I think this may be, I just want to note at this point in time, just minor note of correction, if I'm not mistaken, that as someone who was born in Korea, I truly appreciate what the Colonel Mendez has did, serving in Korea. But I think there was about in the early 1960s, 10 years after Korean War. So I think in the early 1960s, I was a small child growing up in Korea. Who knows, I might have met him somewhere in Korea. And for his service for my mother country, to protect the country of South Korea and South Korean people, I want to really thank the life and the efforts and service of Colonel Mendez. But for this particular motion, at this point in time, I have to, I cannot support at this time.
Madam Chair, point of order. I wanted to ask, based on what Mr. Moon has proposed, and based on what Ms. Schultz has said, and based on what we know the timeline tonight to have all 12 of us at the dais, is it possible that we have Ms. Schultz, who is the maker of the motion, to simply add that language now, and rather than be waiting through 4 or 5 other motions and we may lose one of our board members?
I have Ms. Corbett Sanders next and Ms. Derenak Koufax. I would like to take it in order, and if
Actually, as what I understand, Madam Chair, honestly, Ms. McLaughlin, I believe that what you've just done is offered a friendly amendment to my substitute motion, and I would accept as a friendly amendment to my substitute motion the language at that time in deference and respect to all 12 of my board members to be able to be at the table for this motion rather than not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moon, had to go back?
It's a point of order.
Yes.
When I learned the parliamentary rules, Robert's rule, there was a no friendly amendment. What either Ms. Corbett Sanders or Mr. Koufax, if either of them so choose, could make an amendment to add those preambles to a substitute motion.
Yes, that is correct. And Ms. Corbett Sanders is the next speaker.
Thank you. And I will be happy to make a friendly amendment to add those motions to the language to the motion.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, then you wish to amend Ms. Schultz's substitute motion. Would you please present the language of your amendment?
Sure. Hold on 1 second. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27 vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Colonel Luis G. Mendez, Jr.
Obviously, I second.
Is there a second by Ms. Schultz? Okay, thank you. Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. And I have prepared remarks. I think, as you can see, everybody.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. That's a point of order. That this is being
yes,
used as
we
a
need
substitute.
to vote on the amendment
but
first.
This is being used as a substitute in my motion, and it's not. If you'll see, that's the original. So the clerk needs to put this into Mrs. Schultz's motion, and we do need to see it on the screen.
Okay, I will wait for the clerk.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans.
Thank you. Trying to keep this straight.
You could certainly speak to it while she's...
That'd be great.
Okay, sure, thank you. But you are, yes, okay, so you are, this is a substitute, so you are speaking to your substitute. Thank you.
Yes, I am. The activities and policies undertaken by this school board provide a lens to what is happening in our country as a whole. I hope that there is not disagreement around the fact that our history in the United States of America is both beautiful and imperfect. It is with this imperfect past that we should collectively strive for a more perfect future for all of our students and our country. Embracing these values as an American leaves no room for the divisive rhetoric or hate-mongering that has surrounded this issue. The students of the school currently named Jeb Stuart look to us to be an example of fairness. The views vary widely in the Fairfax community and do not fall along a race, socioeconomic, or political line. Each of us have personal experiences that inform our views. These include students, parents, and alumni of Jeb Stuart High School. People inside and outside of the pyramid throughout the county and the nation have weighed in on the name of this community school, often driven by the hateful rhetoric which is all too prevalent in our country today. We need to understand this and try to come to a resolution that recognizes that each of us, including everyone at this table, in this audience, and watching on television, care about creating an inclusive environment that unites this community and facilitates student success. For many, this issue has opened up wounds that have been deeply buried in the hearts and souls of members of our community who grew up during the time that the school was named. They may or may not have lived in Fairfax County, but they have been impacted and rightfully have a voice. I come to the table with a perspective of being raised in the Mount Vernon area of Fairfax County, gone to a desegregated elementary school named after a prominent African-American family in the 1960s, and had African-American classmates and teachers throughout my elementary, middle, and high school years, at a time when that was not the norm. I also come to the table with the experience of being an alumni of the only school in the county to have its name changed. With this in mind, I carefully listened to and read the materials sent to me by my classmates, my constituents, and the thousands of others that have reached out to me. It continues to be the most heart-wrenching and divisive issue I've had to deal with on this board. The pleas come from members of the alumni and student body that don't identify the name of the school with a Confederate soldier, but rather with the camaraderie, the spirit, and the experiences that they have shared in the classroom, clubs, and sports events. For many, their high school degree and yearbooks are proudly displayed as the culmination of their education. Others, with or without direct connections to the school or the community, see the name as a continuation of the subtle, or really not so subtle, reinforcement of racism that persisted during the time that the school was named and has reared its ugly head in events across this nation recently, including in Charlottesville. It is hard to understand what motivated the decision makers at that time of the naming of this school. I do know that only a few years after Brown versus Board of Education decision, the name was not inclusive of the students that would soon be attending the school located in the Munson Hill area rather than here at Luther Jackson. I do know that in 2017, this board would not name a school after a Confederate general, and we affirmed that in the July 27 vote to change the name of the school. Because we are not talking about naming a new school, but rather changing the name of an existing school, our actions impact not only the students, staff, and community members that are in the school today, but those that hold their experiences in the school and community dear to their hearts as alumni, and those that will attend the school in the future. Through my own experience, I am keenly aware of the impact and trauma felt in a community of losing the name of a beloved school. With that in mind, I have supported and continue to support a name change for the school. I support the process for the possibility of name changes when I came on this board, recognizing that any name change needed to be community-driven and not board-driven.
In February 2016, I supported the motion to direct the superintendent to move forward with the community engagement process on the possible renaming of the school. Under our regulation, this board did not have to do another thing until the superintendent came back to us with a recommendation for a name change and possible names. However, we chose as a board in July of this year to introduce a step in the process and to vote to change the name of the school. We approved a motion, reiterated this board's commitment to inclusion for all students, and offered in the spirit of compromise that the community consider Stewart as the name of the school. Tonight, this board is not discussing whether or not we are changing the name of this community school, but rather what name would facilitate healing in the community and inspire current and future students. Unfortunately, none of the names on the ballot received a clear majority vote, and advocacy for one name over another should not be considered a litmus test for political affiliation, a commitment to inclusiveness, or alternatively, whether someone is a racist or not. I believe that it is essential that we choose a name that has relevance to the whole Stewart community, is not divisive, and can be embraced as a compromise. The two top vote getters, Stewart and Justice, do not achieve this objective and only serve to deepen divides at this time within the school community. Although Justice is a compromise when tied to all three names, the word is aspirational, and in the future, the community could get over the controversy. However, it will take decades. I have heard also repeatedly from current students that Justice would not be a fair choice and is associated with the movement to change the name of their beloved school. To name a school Justice is seen as ironic by them. This community has been divided by the turmoil over changing the name. Although I believe Justice would be a great name for a high school, it may be better suited for a new school rather than this one that has gone through so much. There are only two names on the list that have direct connections to both the school and the community. One would be to name it after the geographic area, and the other would represent the first time that a school in the county has been named after a Hispanic or a Native American. Colonel Mendez embodies the portrait of a graduate. He was a global citizen, a historian, a decorated veteran of both World War II and serving in Korea, an embassy advisor for the signing of the bilateral pact with Spain, and a college professor. He was also the first director of the National Right to Read program. Equally important, Colonel Mendez has strong ties to this community that we are talking about tonight. He raised his children in the community, sent his children to the public school in this community, and in essence, he embodies the portrait of a graduate that we have committed to as a school system. He also provides the connectivity to the alumni that we recognized in our July motion.
Thank you. Ms. Derenak Kaufax.
Thank you. To the Mendez family, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here. And to all of our speakers and everyone who's come out tonight, we appreciate you and we appreciate your passions. I do have some prepared remarks, and while I will be supporting Ms. Schultz's amendment, I am going to be talking mostly in these comments about process because we need to. It was my hope that by the time we got to this point, compromises could have been made and trust and transparency in the process would be obvious, and healing and bringing the Stewart community together would be what was most visible tonight. However, my hope has not yet been realized. At our last meeting on this topic on July 27th, I stated that this board was not yet ready to move forward with this or any other renaming process because I believed that this process had not been a model of good governance. Community panels had failed to reach compromise. Outreach to our broader community, which we tried through the One Fairfax resolution, through the Board of Supervisors, so we could have a broader conversation. This was denied. And we ourselves had not defined compelling need for a change. We did not define community, nor did we find which was sufficient support as outlined in our regulation of 8170.7. My motion to take no action that night was voted down 6-5 by this board. That night, the board passed a motion that said, in part, in the spirit of compromise and in recognition of the need to minimize costs, as well as the desire for the community continuity by alumni, staff request that the Stewart community consider Stewart High as the new name. This motion passed 7-2 with 2 abstentions. I abstained that night. In the community process that ensued, the name that got the most votes was Stewart High School. This was the 3rd time that votes had been taken at the school or through an FCPS survey or through an FCPS voting process that Stewart was the #1 vote getter. I have consistently expressed my concern that the process to date on the renaming issue has been flawed and has not served our community well. I've stated time and time again, and I guess I will state it one more time, that we need to be creating policy to build bridges and not create greater chasms. We know that the students in the community are watching. They've come and they've talked to us on both sides. But what I really feel is it's been disheartening and embarrassing when I get calls from students who are studying civics and telling me that it's obvious that due process is irrelevant to this board. Out of the mouth of our students telling us that we are creative in our interpretation of the voting results. And unfortunately, one of the biggest casualties in this process is the lesson it is teaching the children at Stewart and the community at large. You can have opposing opinions. You can passionately believe in your opinion and your cause, but you have no right to pass moral judgment or name call others with a difference of opinion. The art of civil disagreement has been lost on this process. In today's Washington Post, there was an article on the type of activism that's out there today, which states that the point of the new activism today is to create conflict with your target. The target in this campaign was labeled, they were called names, they were harassed with mean-spirited accusations. These are sad and difficult lessons for this process for our students to see, and students should never fear for their safety in their own school, nor should they feel that they are afraid to come and speak before the public body that was elected to serve them. But unfortunately, there is no support on this board on the compromise motion that was put forward to consider Stewart as the new name. And as a policymaker, I have struggled with this fact. I've talked to my colleagues many times, had many difficult conversations. I've talked to citizens and students, studied documents, and wrestled with how to best serve the constituency and bring the community together and have the students at Stewart get a fresh start based upon what I know the vote could be. So for me, the best choice to move forward is naming this school after Colonel Luis Mendez, a soldier and an educator, an Army colonel who served like my father did in World War II. He received, Mr. Mendez received the Army's Distinguished Civil Service Cross, and after his military career, he joined the Department of Education, became a national director at the Right to Read. He was husband of 12 children, who sent 8 of these children, many of you are here, to Stewart High School. And I appreciate all that he has done for our country, all that he represents to this community. And I will be supporting Ms. Schultz's motion, and I will work in any way I can to help bring the Stewart community together to heal and move forward.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think one of the things we can be unanimous on tonight is just how much we have enjoyed getting to know the Mendez family. I've had wonderful conversations with Tina and Lou, and have really enjoyed reading the emails from the extended family, and of course it's a very large extended family, so we've gotten a lot of emails from them as well as other people. I won't repeat all of the wonderful things about Colonel Mendez. That my colleagues have done a great job about that. He is clearly a wonderful example of someone worthy of having a school named for him, which is the reason that my motion does pay tribute to him. And my intention is to have him be one of 3 people that are specifically recognized under the rubric of justice, because certainly he fought very bravely for freedom and for justice, and has a truly inspirational story. I've gotten, it's been fun too to just get sort of random phone calls. I got a call today from an old friend of mine who went to school with one of the Mendez children. I think it was Phil. You have a Phil in your family? Yeah, so Phil, he went to school with Phil, and he remembers your mom very fondly, and said that she was kind of like a second mom to a number of people. So I also got a call from a 91-year-old man who was also a graduate of West Point. He said he after seeing this, he went to he had access to West Point documents, and he went back and he just wanted me to know what an extraordinary man Colonel Mendez was. So that was lovely to hear as well. I appreciate Mrs. Schultz and my colleagues offering this name. Certainly, it would in fact be a wonderful name. I'm not going to support this motion, however, because I feel that the best way forward is to include all 3 of the named individuals that received so much attention from the community, including 2 African American civil rights leaders. So I very much appreciate getting to know more about Colonel Mendez. When we get through this process, part of this piece is going to be education about our history, about how we got here, and some of the people who are inspirational to us. So I think I can see the students at Stewart High School learning about Colonel Mendez and being inspired by him.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, and then Ms. Hines.
As the daughter of a veteran and the mother of a young man who's currently attending West Point, I want to say thank you to the Mendez family. Certainly, my support of the main motion was no intent to disregard the tremendous contribution that Colonel Mendez has made. As a matter of fact, my intent was to recognize the totality of the circumstances here. I have to say, I can't support the motion because I told you about that lens earlier. And as a person who has advocated for children, I understand that when we don't embrace the totality of the issue, we oftentimes find ourselves having to come back around and take the same test again. So as an African American woman who understands, I think as many people of color do, the sting of racism, the burden of racism, I can't ignore that part of this problem. And that is the reason that I support the main motion, including recognizing Colonel Mendez. I do believe that he should be a part of this recognition. And it is also my hope that this will be a spark to the fire of reconciliation. I understand that a number of our colleagues have heard some pretty ugly things. And I'm sorry about that. I apologize. I know I didn't do it, but as a public servant, that's not what you deserved. I also want to say that I know what it feels like to go through that on a regular basis, not necessarily because somebody thought I was a racist, but just because they judged me or my children based on what they look like. And so I really believe in my heart of hearts that we need to address the totality of this problem. And so for that reason, I want to say thank you. I did enjoy reading the information on your dad. It's kind of neat. I was at West Point Parents weekend, this last weekend, and I looked at your pictures and I was like, I was there. It's kind of cool. But I can't, I really believe that this is not a time to lift one person over the other, and I don't want to pit one group against the other. I think we need to look at the whole picture, and for that reason, I can't support this.
Thank you. Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I can't add much to that. I would just say again, I think we've all enjoyed getting to know the Mendez family. What a wonderful story. And I will be happy to support the Ms. Evans motion because I think it honors Colonel Mendez, and we've had the chance to do that here now several times from this table and in meetings and in the press, and I think it's great that his life and his service have been highlighted by all of this. But I think given the context here, we can't just look at Colonel Mendez's name in isolation. In fact, it came along rather late in the process, right? I'm glad it did, but it was not one of the first names suggested, and that's all about context. And given the context of the naming of this school in 1959 during massive resistance, and given the context of the community conversations and the community vote, where you had, 3 names that were put forward and together had a much more support than Stewart did. I think it's important to try to recognize, all of those names. I just think we really must recognize in the context of this African Americans who fought for civil rights. I think it would be a glaring missed opportunity to not do that. Look, I think, I think decent, well-meaning people understand that calling someone a racist is bullying. It's wrong. But also, as public servants, we don't have the luxury of taking things personally. And I don't think anyone up here is, but I think we have to be careful to separate that from the larger historic obligation that we have here to name a school to turn a corner historically for this school and for the community. And so that's why I'll be supporting the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Then I will also speak. First, I want to thank the Mendez family for bringing to our attention the wonderful story of Colonel Mendez. And I want to thank Mr. Wilson for reading into the record the details of his life. That was wonderful. And while I will prefer to name the school Justice, because I do believe in the context, we are looking for justice for all. As one young man stood up, we are one. And I think the context is our dedication to the value of justice for all that carries us forward to celebrate all of our children. But thank you for bringing us the story of Colonel Mendez. And I do hope, and I think that we will have the opportunity to have a special place for his honor in the school. It is worth telling that story. I think that gives a motivation to our students. So if you had not come forward with that story, we would not have known it. So thank you very, very much. And I hope that you will save, this is being live broadcast, you can download it, and you will hear that in the record, and I believe it may even be Googleable. So there you go. Thank you. Mr. Moon, did you wish to speak again?
Just briefly, as I stated earlier, that I was going to support, I would support the Mendez High School as a new name for Jeb Stewart. Now, in this format, this duly crafted with Miss Karen Corbett Sanders' amendment to Mrs. Church's substitute motion, I am supporting. I can support this. In addition to what I have said earlier, I want to point out that I think some of my colleagues might have already said this when I was not in the room, but when you look at the makeup of a student body within our school system, you see, please, whether you want to cheer or jeer, we are trying to conduct a business meeting. If you could just leave us alone, I think we can move along a little more smoothly. That 25% 1 out of every 4 students in Fairfax County Public Schools is a Hispanic student. Yet we do not have a single name of a school named after Hispanic person. It's a perfect timing, not only to bring, I was trying to pick the best name to bring the communities together, because we need to do a lot of healings after having gone through this for more than 2 years. I thought timing-wise, and among 5 plus or 73 names that was suggested by the community, that Mendez was the best choice. And if I want to add one more to that, as someone who is an Asian American, when I see 20% of the student body in Fairfax County of Asian background, I would love to see a school named after Asian American sometime very soon too. With that in mind, I will be supporting this amendment.
Okay, with that, I will call for the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just have a quick go back. In listening to my colleagues' deliberations, and I know that everyone tried to think very carefully about this, before we go to the vote, I would just ask those, especially who haven't spoken, on where they're going to be on this vote that's about to take place right now. This is one of the top 5 that came out of the community. And while I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Evans, who we spoke extensively in the days coming up to tonight's vote about what we all hoped for, Justice is not one of the names that came out of the community process. And if we really are talking about how do we help the community heal, how do we help the community have faith in what we promised to do, which is we had a nomination process, we took all of those names, and we brought the community back for a second date a week later to please vote. And the names came forward. And I have very high hopes that when you look at that the community said, these are one of the 5. Luis G. Mendez is one of the 5. If we're not going to go with the #1 vote getter, if we're not going to go with the second top vote getter, which was Justice Thurgood Marshall, then why, please, Mr. Moon was correct. We need you all to please respect the fact that we are all working as hard and trying to respect the community. And just like we're going to have to work with each other after tonight's vote, part of the divisiveness on this issue that has really torn the community apart is the fact that the judgment level, even as I'm speaking right now from people in the audience, please, you can so respectfully disagree with me, that's okay, but just let me get my remarks out. It is my concern that the main motion does not reflect the nominations that came from the community, and I had really hoped that when we had to deliberate on 5 different choices because there wasn't a singular majority on these names, that we would look to give hope to the community. And as Mr. Moon said, this is the name that absolutely brings us forward as a school system and allows us to honor a person of color. And so I just hope that some people who are still trying to think about what to do will think about that before this next vote happens.
Okay, thank you. I will restate the motion for the record. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27 vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Colonel Luis G. Mendez, Jr. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan. All those in favor of the motion as stated. Is Mr. Wilson, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Evans, Mr. Moon, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
Not Ms. Evans.
Thank you. Those
I'm sorry, you said Ms. Evans. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Schultz. Yes. Did I? I didn't mean to say Ms. Evans. I was looking at Ms. Schultz and Ms. Derenak Kofax. Okay, so we got that vote right? Madam Clerk? Ms. Corbett? And did I call Ms. Would you please raise your hands again? We do need to get this correct. I'm sorry. Mr. Wilson, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Corbett Sanders, Mr. Moon, Ms. Schultz, and Ms. Derenak Kofax. Thank you. Those opposed? Ms. Evans, Ms. Palchak, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. That vote fails on a tie vote. Thank you. And I have to ask Ms. Schultz then, will we strike your other motion that would have been identical? Can we take that off?
Of course.
Oh, thank you.
Unless you would like to vote again, because I'd
No,
love
that's
to
okay.
take that vote again.
That's all right. Mr. Moon, do you have a question?
It's a point of order, I think, to comply with the Roberts rules. We just voted on Ms. Corbett Sanders' amendment to substitute, and that failed.
Yes.
Now we have a Mr. Schultz substitute motion to the main motion.
All right, we can read it again, and we can vote again.
And actually,
sure, that's fine.
And Madam Chair, I had my light on, and that was
I'm
what I was
sorry.
going to ask, so
Yes,
that I
we
would
could
have an
vote again.
opportunity to speak before we had our final.
Sure, you may speak
And
again.
we know how the vote's going to go, but
All right,
typically,
that's fine.
typically the
Yes,
maker of the
we
motion gets
technically
the
should vote
opportunity to
twice
speak.
on this.
There is dignity in this choice, and it's a dignity for every color student and every background student, not just in Jeb Stuart Pyramid, but in Fairfax County, where students speak 200 languages. I am fairly shocked that there are people sitting at this table who are not speaking when you have somebody who, as a diplomat, has an advanced degree in international relations, who is a linguist at a time when we are trying to promote foreign languages in our schools, who was a professor in adult education at a time when we're trying to reach not only the K through 12 population, but also provide adult education. This is going to go down again, and we're going to go into successive motions, but the only people of color that were put in the top 5 are going to be turned down tonight. And if that is not a travesty that we're submitting a concept word that is supposed to wipe out those names and act as a substitute for actual icons, actual people of color, actual people who had a role in civil rights. And Colonel Mendez was featured in a national magazine about affirmative action in action, integration in action. I don't know how you get a better role model to hold up, but I brought, being begged, a later motion that is also another person of color. So I brought 2 motions tonight, and I am begging my colleagues to not take a word out of the dictionary that we never said to the community, we want you to vote for a concept name, or we want you to vote for the idea of people who are involved in civil rights. We have said just last Monday, one of my colleagues professed that we need to have a follow-on motion tonight about naming future schools and finding more icons and naming more schools after women and more schools after people of color to be more reflective of the diversity in the community. And yet, justice is blind. Justice is blind to all, and it's blind to color. It doesn't reflect anything having to do with this community and nothing to do with the process. There is no integrity if you take out of the process that which we advertised to the community, and the community brought forward names, and Dr. Brabrand brought us five options. Stewart was the top one. That's been rejected, had out of hand. A neutral option was provided to us, a neutral option that was no name, that didn't elevate one person over another. That's Peace Valley, the lane on which the school sits. And 3 options of color, 3 options of icons, 3 lives to uphold and say, are these the choices that we're going to make? The one, unfortunately, in Marshall, and I'll speak again to it later, we have not 1, but 2 Marshalls in our region. Imagine a call out to 911 that there is an emergency, a student in distress, a student hit by a bus at Marshall High School. Which Marshall High School? The Thurgood Marshall, unfortunately, just wasn't a good name. I think we should consider Thurgood Marshall. If you want to go for the name, go for Justice Thurgood Marshall. Don't wipe out the Thurgood Marshall from the justice and separate it. I've offered Barbara Rose Johns as a second motion that's to come so that we can offer and make this selection. But for me, the ability tonight to take in the totality of these lives and the totality of what they offered for their whole life, not on one day, as noble as it was, not on one day, but the whole time, as an exemplary model to young people, this is the opportunity right now in our diverse community, right now, to be leaders. It's hard. It's hard to compromise. And I've come so far to compromise, and I'm asking my colleagues to please a little bit give from what you want to do what is right, and so that we can lead together as a board instead of one side wins and integrity loses, and no name winds up as a process that from the 5 or the 73 or any name that was put forward by the community, and instead we just wind up with a word. This is the choice right now. You can redo this vote, and the 6-6 convenient deadlock to allow this to fail doesn't have to. Somebody has to have courage. Somebody has to step forward and say, this is somebody that we can honor and uphold. Let's do it.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I would love to see the school named after a person that actually represents the totality of the problem, and that would be Justice Thurgood Marshall. But this board has said it would create issues. I don't think that 911 has been having a problem finding our schools. I think they're intelligent enough to find an address. So if you want a name, I put it up. I put up the name Justice Thurgood Marshall High School. If you want a person, that's the person. The reason we put Justice was because we did not want, I personally didn't want to, and I heard from many constituents who did not want to leave him out. What I am really concerned about is that our children have often been taught, as this young lady testified today, how she's been told to swallow it by adults. We take the past and we say, honey, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. And as African American parents, we have to sit our kids down. We have to tell them how to deal with the police. We have to tell them how not to move when they're stopped. That is the thing that I do not want to tell our children to swallow. So if you want a name, I offer you Justice Thurgood Marshall High School.
Okay, I will call for the vote on the substitute motion that is on the floor. Yes, Mr. Boone.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I just want to again make it clear that because this particular motion is not a right format that I see needed, that I would not be supporting this motion, even though I support the naming the school after Colonel Mendez, but not in this format of the motion.
I believe, though, that the motion on the table did add. Oh, it did not. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I have a point of clarity?
Sure.
I guess Deputy Clerk, would I, or
Oh, yes, because it was not accepted.
Clerk of the Board, Ms. Mulberg, I guess what I don't understand what's transpired so far is that Ms. Schultz was the maker of her own motion. And so she had no ability of any kind to just modify her own motion at the table. Like by Robert's rules, she has no right.
Once the motion is made, seconded, and announced by the chair, it belongs to the body, not the person who made the motion.
Okay, so then when Ms. Strauss took our vote, we didn't do a good job because we basically looked like we were voting on the revised motion, and really, as Mr. Moon has pointed out, it was the amendment. So everybody, looks like we need a little more homework.
Okay. Yes, that is true. The last motion failed.
Madam
It was
Chair,
read
I think
incorrectly
there's a
into
point
the
of order.
record, so it actually has to be re-voted on the proposed change, and then you have
Hold
to.
on.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Madam
We
Chair,
are
just a
back.
point of order. I think that it's clear that the presentation of the motion was complete with the additional language, so I think we need to redo the vote. I think everyone was under the misimpression that it was the full motion as revised.
It was the motion as amended by Ms. Corbett Sanders. That was the motion that I just read, and it failed on a 6-6 tie is the problem, and so it did go down. We are back to the original motion that Ms. Schultz presented, and therefore we are back to this motion, and I will read it and we will vote on that.
Madam
I
Chair,
move, yes?
Point of order.
Sure.
I do want to clarify that if I had been clear in my own mind that this was simply accepting the friendly amendment, which I know we don't really have friendly amendments, I think we all would have accepted the amendment. And I just want to say for the record, I think all of us, I can't speak for anyone but myself. I would have been happy to accept the amendment, but I think the way it was read, I believe we all believe we were voting on the entire thing.
Right.
So.
Well, we need to go on now. I move that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Colonel Louis G. Mendez, Jr. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan. All those in favor of the motion as read? All those in favor of the motion as read? It is what is on the table. Mr. Wilson, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Corbett Sanders, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Derenak Kaufax. Those opposed, Ms. Evans, Ms. Palchak, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Strauss, Mr. Moon, Ms. Hines, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. That motion fails. We will move on. I will call on Mr. Wilson for a substitute motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27 vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. The name Stuart High School received the most votes as the first choice of community households. I move that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Stuart. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Derenak Kaufax. Mr. Wilson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that our just recent vote, I think, underscores the importance of some of the comments that have been made at the dais about process and building confidence in the community. Our process needs to be clear and also give the appearance of propriety, and I'm not sure we just did that. But having said that, let me begin by saying that on July 27th, the motion that was passed by this board read in part that the board direct staff to start the renaming process this fall, and that as part of the process, in the spirit of compromise and in recognition of the need to minimize costs as well as the desire for continuity by alumni, staff request that the Stewart community consider Stewart High School as the new name. The community then voted and expressed a plurality support for the name Stewart High School. With over 70 names submitted, it would be unreasonable to expect a majority to vote for any single name. Our policy regarding name changes in the first operative paragraph reads, in fulfilling the responsibility, it says, it shall be the responsibility of the school board to select names for school facilities and to authorize the permanent dedication or naming of areas of school facilities or grounds to honor individuals. In fulfilling this responsibility, the school board shall make every effort to respect the preference of the community. In my view, the community expressed its preference when they voted at the advisory vote in September. Recently, in the paper, local paper, and I won't name which one, after this vote and prior to our meeting tonight, it says, looks like the leadership of the Fairfax County Public Schools has been boxed in when it comes to what to do with the name of Jeb Stuart High School. New Superintendent Scott Brabrand has proposed a number of less than inspired options that evolved out of a public process, several with less local connection than the Confederate General School Board members are so eager to replace. Top of the ranking among the public is to do what we said not long ago. Dump the Jeb, keep the Stuart. Declare victory and move on. It's the obvious solution, so obvious that maybe the school board will be savvy enough to latch on. We'll see. Unfortunately, since the vote and leading up to this meeting, we've all received a number of disheartening emails from the community about the process. Some of them from students. But we asked the students what their preference was, and we surveyed the students. And the students said they didn't want to make a change. So we have the information of the students. Here's an example of an email that we've received recently. The incredible disregard that the Fairfax County School Board has shown for the choice of the community, feelings of alumni, and its own rules is staggering. At the last minute, you intend to rename Jeb Stuart Justice High School, claiming that the totals of the vote showed a preference for a new name. The first choice was Stuart High School, and that was deemed a good compromise. Now you want to slip something else in at the last moment. Another email. My husband and I have lived in the Jeb Stuart High School area for 22 years. We were definitely opposed to having the name changed for millions of dollars when our school needs the money. This is only the beginning of people far and wide in Northern Virginia fighting to change the names of schools, streets, and towns to the tune of millions of dollars each change. That said, we were happy to see that voting to decide the name was being done fairly in a systematic, logical, and honest manner. The name Stuart was clearly and fairly the winning name, receiving the most votes. I understand that now, all of a sudden, there are people who most likely don't even live in the Stuart boundaries, trying to sabotage the vote and say the name Stuart was not the winning name. They had their chance to vote if they lived in our school district, and they didn't. I ask, if you go against the name with clearly the most vote, what was the purpose of having a vote? Is honesty and integrity no longer part of Fairfax County? Please honor our clear vote to keep Stewart and show that we can trust your word and actions. Another email. As a voting member of the Stewart community, I ask each of you to consider the message you send to the next generation of voters that are being raised in our schools as you cast your vote. Our family, which includes a Stewart graduate and a current Stewart student, athlete, discussed this community issue from the first survey through the special election. We did not take our vote lightly, and our children felt their voice would be heard and respected by the district. Even if the name we preferred didn't win, we agreed we would respect the outcome of the election. By disregarding the proposal that was brought before the board of maintaining the Stewart name, or a clear winner of another name by the community, and proposing a name that wasn't on the ballot, the superintendent is telling my children and the children of our community that their vote doesn't count, and that if you don't like the results of an election, you don't have to abide by them. The message you send, if you approve this recommendation, is that apathy and anarchy are the roads that are before them when it comes to our democracy. We live in the neighborhood where Justice Marshall lived, and his name would be a wonderful name for one of the new schools being built in the county, as would many of the other names that were on the ballot. But the students at Stewart took the district at their word that their community would be heard. This was not a primary ballot. This is not Catalonia in Spain. We ask you to take this into consideration and respect the vote and the process you laid out from the beginning of this long and painful process. All right, and lastly, I don't know the current inclinations, but I certainly hope you honor the community wishes. We were ignored about whether to change the name, and we were asked for recommendations. Now we have agreed to the recommendation of simply Stewart, and the students have already assumed the vote meant something. So they have embraced #NewStew as a motto. Please help us get there. After all, please help us get there. After all the backhanded deals this far, it would be a real slap in the face for the community to be ignored again. And lastly, this from the Washington Post. Should Fairfax County's Jeb Stuart and Robert E. Lee high schools or the streets of Alexandria be rechristened because their namesakes were Confederate military heroes? A growing movement is afoot to throw all these names in the scrap heap, along with those of slave owners like Thomas Jefferson. But there's value in historical introspection. History is complex. The more that Americans delve into that complexity, the better. No doubt it's hard knowing precisely where to draw the line between irredeemably offensive historic symbols, such as the Confederate flag, and those whose legacy is mixed. Yet it's a dangerous business to airbrush the past, a practice more characteristic of totalitarian societies than free ones. President Franklin D. Roosevelt led the nation through the trials of World War II. He also forced tens of thousands of American citizens into internment camps because of their Japanese heritage. Should his name be erased from the public places and institutions? No. It's wiser to learn from history and provide its context than to banish it. That's from the Washington Post editorial board. I did not vote for the motion in July, and I bring this motion forward only after I realized it had been pulled, because I think those who stood for the name Stewart over the last 2 years deserve recognition and a hearing and a vote tonight. It's a very unfair treatment to imply that they support Stewart for racist motivations. I think that, in fairness, we should discuss the issues and reach a conclusion, protect and use wisely the funds of Fairfax County. And I believe that the Stewart name, keeping the Stewart name, does exactly what we asked in the July 27th motion.
Thank you. Ms. Darana Koufax.
I thank Mr. Wilson for bringing this forward. It was done late in the day. The comments that I made earlier, I think, are most apropos for my second and this, and I have nothing to add at this time.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Evans and Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. McLaughlin is next? All right.
So I do appreciate that Mr. Wilson brought this forward, because this is something that the community has certainly wrestled with, is that we, on multiple occasions, surveyed the community for the last 2 years to find out where they were. And that was part of the school board's change in its policy. I voted with the prior board, not this board, the prior board, to allow this board and this school system to rename schools when a compelling need was identified and when there was going to be community support for it. And we then had a regulation that was developed by the former superintendent, not in consultation with the board. None of us saw the language. None of us knew how it was being executed on. And so the definition of compelling need, as many of you have heard back in July, was not defined in a way that many of us understood then and understand now. But what we do know is that when this board majority of 7-2 to 2 said that we would be voting to change the name of Stewart, and that, as Mr. Wilson reiterated, I think very importantly, that this board said in the spirit of compromise, we wanted the Stewart community to consider Stewart High School as a name that would embody that spirit of compromise. That was the direction the board gave to the Stewart community. And by a margin of 2-1 over all of the other 71 names, Stewart High School came out on top. Now, it was my understanding, again, as someone who cares deeply about history and has a bachelor's degree in history, it is difficult looking at the legacy of a high school that's named after a Confederate general in 2017. But what we also know about the Stewart family and their extensive history in the Commonwealth of Virginia is that they have fought in the American Revolution, in the War of 1812, served as a governor, served as a congressman. And so the Stewart family, of which Jeb is a member of, the Stewart family in the Commonwealth of Virginia has a noble legacy. I'm not saying Jeb does. I'm not even going down that rabbit hole tonight, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. But the Stewart family does have a long legacy in the Commonwealth. And looking for that spirit of compromise, which this board put into place, that's what we communicated out. And that's what came back, not for the first time, but for the third time. 2 prior surveys and then the community vote. Stewart still kept coming out on top. And so in terms of Mr. Wilson's motion before all of you, I feel that it's important for me to demonstrate to the Stewart High School community that I do understand that this is the direction that the board gave you, and this was the #1 votes that came out of it. If we had intended for the Stewart community to give us a 50% plus 1 name in order for us to know where you were on something, maybe that would have helped to set some expectations, but we didn't. Should we have done the process differently? I think that's going to be for a lot further conversation tonight. But I agree with Mr. Wilson that we need to give you all an opportunity to say that we do recognize that Stewart by a 2-to-1 margin, and the students with the new hashtag new Stu, the Stewart community that said we feel a 60-year connection to Stewart, not necessarily Jeb Stuart, that needs to be recognized here tonight.
I believe Ms. Evans is next, and then Mr. Moon.
Thank you very much. I actually am glad that this was put on the table because we did ask the community to consider this, and we probably do need to discuss it. In July, when we voted to change the name, and again, I think we do need to make clear, we made that decision in July to change the name. We're not revisiting that decision tonight. We're only deciding tonight what the new name will be. We asked the community to consider the name Stewart. Would this be a compromise? And the hope of some of my colleagues was that this would, in fact, be unifying. It was not. What we found was that it further divided the community. It didn't bring people together. I will point out, as many people who have written to us have pointed out, that the most households in the vote voted for Justice Thurgood Marshall. The number of households, the most households voted for Justice Thurgood Marshall. We did not in this process, unfortunately, have a runoff as we have had in other situations. When we named Mason Crest, we had several rounds of voting before we came to a consensus there. When we looked at Bailey's Upper, we had 3 rounds of voting, and the end was so close that right then and there the community said, well, let's have a final runoff, and we had a final runoff in the community meeting, and that's when we confirmed Bailey's Upper. We typically, when we've had that kind of a process, we typically take the top name, because by the end we have more than 50% of people participating who have agreed that this is the best of the names. Now this, of course, we had 73 here, so that was going to be difficult. We asked the community to look at this name as a possible unifier. More than 80% chose something else. I look back at some other history. We also had a community meeting when we went to name South County Middle School. In that case, the top voter getter the first time and the second time was Harold J. Wilson. But we don't have a Harold J. Wilson Middle School. We have a South County Middle School. The board chose the second name from the community in that case. I received many, many emails from people saying, whatever you do, don't go with Stewart, because that simply is a continuation of the current name. Students there and parents refer to this as Stewart High School now. Some of the spirit wear says Stewart on it. If the community had come out overwhelmingly and said, sure, that's a good compromise, let's go with that, then this board could have been confident about it. But I'm not going to read all the emails by any means that I've gotten, but I'll read one that I got from a teacher there, a real rock star. We've all gotten this. While some people have suggested Stewart as a compromise and easy solution, keeping this name after the school board already voted to create a new name will not reflect well on our community and school district. Quite frankly, it will be an embarrassment, as no matter how you spin it, it continues to honor a Confederate past that does not reflect our current school population and community. I hope you have the leadership and courage to make a decision for a true new name, and I will fully support you. And he continues to talk about how this community will continue to be a strong community no matter what we do. He supports the name of Justice High School and says that it will be great and help us move forward. I'm just going to read another anecdote. He said, interestingly, I read a college application essay for one of our AVID students this morning that was on this issue, and her questioning why she, as an African American, should attend a school named after someone who wanted to enslave her. It really brought home why this name does matter and why we will be better in the long run with a new name. So I will be opposing this motion.
Mr. Moon, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back in July, when I supported the motion to change the name of Jeb Stuart, that I certainly thought that Stuart, the name Stuart, was a good compromise. Having believed in that, I supported the motion and supported the board directing staff to request the community to consider Stuart High School as the new name. And I wanted to see how the community was going to respond to that request from the board. Wanted to see the extent of the support from community of the name. I've come to a conclusion that the level of support was not sufficient to have the name of Stuart as the new name. That is why I'm not supporting this amendment.
Ms. Schultz, your light is on. You wish to speak.
So we didn't say to the public the number of households is what matters. We didn't say to the public, and there were no motions, and this are amendments to motions on July 27th to take out that language. And if the profession is that for 2 years, there's a pulse on the community and what the community wants, then why, let's see, August, September, October, almost 90 days ago, why not 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, was there an understanding that Stuart should have never been put forward as a name to the community? I didn't vote for that motion. I didn't vote for putting forward the name Stuart to the community. 7 of you guys did. At the time, I expressed my incredulity that that was somehow a reasonable outcome to the process that sought, the very process that sought to change the name in the first place. And so I voted against giving the community the name Stuart because I knew that's not going to work. And yet that compromise was reached in order to get more people to vote for the motion on July 27th and get that forward. So it was a false narrative that was put forward by this board to say, you should consider Stuart. We want to save money. Please consider it as an option to heal the community. But we're never really going to consider it. So we can't have it both ways. We can't profess that something is a process, that something is a regulation, that something is a policy, and then decide halfway through we're going to change the policy, we're going to change the regulation, we're going to advertise a process, we're going to collect names, we didn't understand what the vote was, and then arrive at the end and say, well, it's not really what we wanted, it's not really what we expected, it's not really what we interpreted would happen. We'd never said it had to be a majority vote. If it had to be a majority vote, a process that collects 73 names one weekend and delivers a vote to the community, one household, one vote per household the following weekend when, and I've said this many times, when there's a student tag day going on, if we figured out the students didn't get the opportunity because of their extracurricular activities and commitment to the community to vote, then we should have said, you know what, the process isn't working and it's not going to be reflective, and we need to have successive rounds. But we never said any of that. We're making up the rules as we go along. And in terms of providing exemplary governance, we are modeling how to lead a $2.8 billion entity with 40,000 employees to 190,000 students and 1.1 million residents. And we're making up the rules as we go along. And when the outcome doesn't fit what we want, we just shift lanes. There were 3 lanes on this. 3 lanes of picking an icon from a civil rights movement to do. We're not picking any of those 3, and we're not going to pick the top vote getter, because we're going to say, well, if you add all the votes together, then you can wind up somehow subverting the top vote. I'm going to vote for everything tonight that's in the top 5 that's on a motion here tonight. I'm going to vote for Barbara Rose Johns. I'm going to vote for Stewart. I voted for Colonel Mendez because that's the will of the people, and that's the rule that we put forward, the rule of law. That's what we advertised to everybody, and that's what they voted on. So I'm going to vote for this too, because it's what we asked the community to do, and we're changing the rules at the 11th hour and 59th minute because it didn't turn out the way that some people want, and we're going to make up a new name that isn't a name, and we're going to substitute it for all of the possibilities, the wonderful possibilities that the community brought forward. That's the end of the 2-year process, and nobody objected to Stewart before now on the 27th of July, so everybody should be voting for it tonight because you've already voted for it once.
Ms. McLaughlin?
The one thing that I did want to add to my colleagues' comments is that if the litmus test for renaming this high school was going to be that a vast majority could get behind it and support it, we don't even accomplish that with our presidential elections. It is very difficult in the United States right now to even elect our president on a 50% plus one. It's really hard. We are living in times where it's really hard to find landslide, opinions. And you know what? That's the beauty of a democracy, because we live in a democracy that says we may not always be on the winning end of a vote, but we have a process. The vote gets taken in democracy, and we have to accept the outcome. And this motion for Stewart, I feel that 3 times the community has said, with all these different choices, this is the one that has the most support. And if we didn't feel as a board that honoring perhaps the Stewart family name wasn't appropriate, we should have signaled that to all of you back in July 27th. Instead, we didn't. We sent it back out to the community again, and by the 2-to-1 margin, the community said, well, out of those names, here we go. So to Ms. Schultz's point, to what Ms. Derenak Koufax, Mr. Wilson have said, we know at this point what where the board's going with this vote tonight. But I do think that it's important for you in the Stewart community to know that there are a number of board members who understand the depth of this flawed process and the depth of poor communication on how this board would interpret whatever results you gave us has set some really unfortunate and false expectations on your part. And so I will clarify what was said earlier tonight. I really hope everyone paid attention to not just myself, but how many of us spoke about how amazing it would be to have Colonel Mendez named for one of our high schools. And if that doesn't speak to our character, then when we turn around and say that we want to honor a community outcome on this one, I don't want anyone questioning my character. I was still elected to represent our community. And I don't think anyone should be called a racist because they're looking at the Stewart family legacy in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Just like I don't think you can be, it'd be interesting if people want to call Franklin Delano Roosevelt a racist. I mean, that's what Mr. Wilson was trying to say. People are flawed. Historical figures are flawed. Our founding fathers were flawed. But we have to decide then as a society, are we going to tear down everyone with their flaws, and including part of the reason that we didn't end up seeing our colleagues just bring us Thurgood Marshall, the second highest vote getter. But there have been conversations where people weren't sure that that was going to survive the test of time either. So I just, more than anything, I really hope we come away tonight, not just the Board of 12, but our community, to stop labeling each other with very hurtful, divisive labels. We have differences of opinion about how to help the community move forward. But I don't believe for a second that the people who've been engaged in this are racists. I think that it's a matter of people have been trying to come at this from different collective experiences.
Seeing no further requests to speak, I will restate the motion. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and hold an advisory vote to households within the school's attendance area. The name Stuart High School received the most votes as the first choice of community households. I move that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Stuart, and I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan. All those in favor of the motion as stated.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we allow our colleagues to get back to the table.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that they... All right, I believe we are ready. I will call for the vote on the motion that I just read.
You're very speedy. I appreciate that.
All right, I'm sorry. So I'm calling for the vote in support of the motion that is on the floor. Those in support, Mr. Wilson, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Schultz, Ms. Derenak-Kofax. Those opposed, Ms. Evans, Ms. Palchak, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Strauss, Mr. Moon, Ms. Hines, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. That motion fails. Thank you. Now I move on to another motion, a substitute motion from Ms. Schultz.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to follow our
Yes, I know we're doing the best we can, but we're fairly orderly.
Dialogue here.
Thank you.
If I'm correct, the top of three.
You are on.
Okay. So.
Actually, no. You're at the bottom of page 2.
Yes.
Yes.
Bottom of page 2.
Thank you.
I move that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Barbara Rose Johns. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend the implementation plan.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Okay, so this is going to be another attempt to honor process. In the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, sometimes it happens off the board. And today, I got a very plaintive email from a member of the community beseeching me, please, please, to put forward this motion because no one else would. Nobody else on the board would put this motion forward. I'm the last-ditch effort to try to honor a process and honor a person of color. Unless Thurgood Marshall comes up after mine, this is it. The only option. And nobody else would do it, and I said yes. I called that person back, and I had an excellent conversation with them. More than one time I've had a conversation with this person who I don't often agree with. But The civil discourse that I had with the students, the alumni, the members of the community at the Stewart Homecoming was an excellent opportunity to say, you know what, we're not always getting it right. We haven't gotten this process right in 2 years. We haven't gotten this process right tonight. But what we said to the community is, please come and have a discourse with us and tell us which names you would like to support. They did that. Yes, she did. And then we said, by the way, after we gathered the names, the following weekend, on a Saturday, and they were there almost all day, the members of the community who had been defined by Dr. Brabrand said, okay, here we go. 1 vote per household, come in, and from the 73 names that were offered the previous weekend, there was an opportunity to say, where is your support? And of all the people that came, which was 5% of the total population, but of all the people that came and votes being cast on the advertised process, which wasn't households but points, 3 points for first place, 2 points for second place, 1 point for third place. So everybody had the chance to vote for 3 based on the superintendent's advertised rules as put forward by the board. 5 names ended up coming out of that process as a result, and Dr. Brabrand's the one who decided how many names to bring forward. That was the operational side of this process that was left to the superintendent. And he divined the best way forward based on what we asked him to do. And 3 of the names are individuals that just last Monday, one of my colleagues was saying, boy, in the future, we got to be better at naming schools after model citizens. We got to go out and look for more people of color, people who represent our community better. More options to name schools after women. I tried with all my heart the last time, and I'm the only person on the board who's had to bring forward a name on another school on a renaming, and that was South County. I did everything with my former colleague, Mr. Stork, who's now on the Board of Supervisors, to beseech that community, please, please, please pick a suffragette. Please. They didn't want it. They wanted South County Middle School. They wanted the continuity of their students in their new building. They wanted to stay the Stallions. They wanted to be South County, which is nothing. It's like a over there name. And that night, when I was driving, the principal called me and begged me to honor what the community asked. And I said, I don't know how I'm going to vote. And I sat at this table, and as I was thinking about it, I was like, you know what? This is the process. It's not my school. It's not my money. This decision is going to be long after I'm gone. That's where we are again tonight. And I put up my name for South County because that's what my community asked me to do. They asked a representative government, somebody who was here to listen to what they said, interpret, and make a good decision based on good governance and good policy to honor what they asked for. And the community put forward, through Dr. Brabrand, the top 5. And when we get to it, whenever it is on the clock, the thing that we're going to pick, not going to be any of those 5. But this is another attempt of mine to say, let's honor process, let's reveal for the world that we can compromise, that we can do something right as a board, that we can work together and put aside the desires, the individual desires or group desires to achieve what we want and do what is right. And this is the way to do what's right. Barbara Rose Johns.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I seconded this motion because I understand that one of our very passionate advocates out in the community who very much believed in the merits of Barbara Rose Johns was saddened that we weren't going to have an African American nominated as a singular name a woman nominated as a singular name for this board's consideration. And so while I was traveling, as you know, this person was finally able to reach Ms. Schultz, and she said, you know what, I appreciate that that's important, symbolically, and even if it's not something that we've heard the majority of the board could consider, it was one of the top 5, and it's important that we demonstrate to the community that, we recognize the merits of this woman who was certainly recognized for her early role in the integration of civil rights, the integration of our public schools as such a young lady in high school at the time, as noted Prince Edward School system. So, Ms. Schultz, I appreciate that your willingness to bring this forward at the request of a deeply involved advocate on this issue.
I just clarify, this is the third vote getter. What's one person? So let's not, I just point of order that this is, a lot of it just behind Thurgood Marshall.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Yes, I feel like we need to explain a little bit about how we got where we are, because I certainly had no intention of disregarding process as an attorney who did pretty well in civil procedure. In voting for, in making the motion for justice, I did believe that that name was included in the language above the name, the categories that Dr. Brabrand submitted to us. So I felt that that was part of what the community did consider. But if this board, if it is the will of this board to have an individual, then I will certainly ask for direction, because I haven't completed my orientation as a school board member, and I'm not fully sure about the procedure here, but I will certainly offer Thurgood Marshall, because I believe he was the top vote getter behind Stewart, and there are a number of arguments we could make in terms of households and combining votes. But I did receive a lot of communication from people who wanted Thurgood Marshall. I also received some, comments from people in the community and on the board who felt that that name was too divisive, and that was part of why we went to the name Justice. I don't believe it's a divisive name, but I certainly wanted to try to come to a compromise. So I first want to say that Sandy's motion was clearly an attempt to address concerns, and it was not an attempt to disregard procedure. But if it is the will of this board to have an individual, then I would ask for point of order or whatever else I have to ask for to come up with a motion to offer Justice Thurgood Marshall as a substitute motion, that high school being known as Justice, but we would use his full name.
I guess to facilitate your desire, we can leave this motion on the table and vote this up or down. And then if you would like to present another motion, I will accept that at the dais tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So that is your desire, so that we will announce that. So we will do this motion first.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can't Ms. Keys-Gamarra offer an amendment?
Yes, or you
to
can
this
offer,
motion?
you can also amend this and insert Justice Thurgood Marshall for the name of Barbara Rose Johnson. It depends on how you would like to do this. You can amend this motion if you like, or you can let this stand and then we go on to Thurgood Marshall.
Well, that would be a friendly amendment, and I'm not going to accept that as a friendly amendment.
No, it's not a friendly amendment. It's
I
up
didn't say
to
it was
Ms.
friendly. Nothing's been real friendly about
It belongs to the board. It is not, friendly amendments under Robert's rules don't exist. It is, the motion belongs to Ms. Schultz. If anybody wishes to amend Mrs. Schultz's motion, then you may present an amendment, and then we will discuss the amendment and vote on the amendment. If the amendment succeeds, then it becomes the motion. If the amendment fails, then we return to Mrs. Schultz's motion.
Ms. Strauss, sorry, another point of order. Ms. Keys-Gamarra may choose to either amend this motion or the main motion, correct? So she has that option to either amend this substitute motion.
She can amend any
or
motion
to
that
go
comes
back.
along.
So I
Any
just want to
motion
make sure
can
she
be
doesn't
amended.
feel like this is her only amendment option.
Yeah, no, you can amend it at any time, or you can have
I
it
need a
suspended.
break and a Snickers.
So
I'm sorry, point of order.
Sure.
Could the chair please explain the options that are available to?
Yes, I will explain them
Because
again.
it's an amendment to mine, it's a separate substitute
Yes,
motion.
that's right.
Or it's an amendment to the main motion.
Yes, that's right. There are 3 opportunities, if you wish. You may choose.
If I make an amendment to Ms.
Yes.
Schultz's, she has to accept that
No,
amendment?
no, no.
Okay.
It becomes your amendment.
Okay.
And we vote on the amendment.
Okay. So an amendment, a substitute, what were the choices? I'm sorry.
Yes, you may we either will deal with this motion as it is stated.
Mhm.
We vote up or down. If you would like, I would accept and recognize you to make another motion that calls for calling the school Justice Thurgood Marshall. Or another alternative is to, if you wish to amend this motion, and instead of this motion saying Barbara Rose Johns, you can say Justice Thurgood Marshall. So those are your options.
I want to amend this motion.
Okay. So you say, I move to amend the motion.
I move, you sure I can't have a break?
Go ahead.
I move to amend this motion that the name of Jeb Stuart High School be changed to Justice Thurgood Marshall. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan.
Okay, and so we will accept that as an amendment. You are removing the name of Barbara Rose Johns and inserting Justice Thurgood Marshall.
And I believe we have to add the language.
It's up to you. If you wish to add the language, if you can find it on your paper, that's fine.
I can't see that, honey.
Why don't we just direct the clerk to add the...
Well, we need to have it actually appear. And Madam Clerk, can you provide the introductory language so that it can be read?
We found it.
Okay, you found it. Okay. All
On
right,
July-
so you will read your motion.
Right. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Justice Thurgood Marshall High School, to be known as Justice High School. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop an implementation plan by December 14, 2017.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hines. You may speak to your motion.
The painful past that represents the name coming off of this school, the Confederate name, is unacceptable and should not be ignored in the outcome of a vote for this school. As I mentioned earlier, I am very concerned, and I've been contacted by a number of people in the community who wanted whatever name we put on that school to really represent, I'm sorry?
That's okay,
to
go
really
ahead.
represent what we are correcting. And for that reason, I offered the full name. I understand my colleagues' concern about having an individual as opposed to a concept. I am concerned about the message that we send. We are pretty much always, especially African American kids, are pretty much always told, that's just the way it is. I understand that you're afraid of the police. I understand that you may get bullied because of the way you look, but that's the way it is. That's what the testimony that we heard from that young lady today. That is the gut-wrenching information that I am faced with on a regular basis as I speak to my own children, as I advocate for other kids. That's what I reject today. The message we send as a board, I believe, must encompass the historical context. Make no mistake, that name, the Confederate General Jeb Stuart, sent a message. And people just kind of bowed their head like they were taught to during slavery. They were taught not to look at people in the eye. They were taught where their place is. And I am very concerned about the optics of what we say today. And that is why I offer this amendment. The compromise was trying to recognize the concerns of our colleagues. Please don't ask us to skip over a Supreme Court justice who I've read books about, and I think our children should learn about our history. And no matter what happens in this vote, I want our kids to learn about Colonel Mendez, Barbara Johns, and the educational history that has impacted how we got here today. Somebody said, ignoring this process is a slap in the face. Well, the reason I'm making this motion is skipping over this Supreme Court justice who actually argued Brown versus Board of Education is a slap in the face. That's the unfair treatment that many African Americans and people of color are used to. And I think this board should send a message that it stops here in Fairfax County. There is much pain on all sides, and I've already said I apologize for that. I never, ever want to inflict pain on another individual. I happen to know what that feels like. And so I hope that we come to a place where we learn to respect one another. I've met with groups that don't agree with my position, and I hope to have an opportunity to talk to them again, because we will need to heal after this. We will need to develop procedure that everyone believes is transparent and respect, so that they can respect the process. I do not shy away from the hard discussions. And I don't think anybody else at this board, at this dais, does either. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Hines.
you.
Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think I seconded this because, my plan coming in here tonight was and continues to be to support the compromise, the way forward that Sandy Evans has found in her community. I think it's important that we show some deference. The reality is the community voice that we heard, those who wanted something other than Stuart did not coalesce around one choice. So that's why we're here. That's why you hear different ideas popping up still at the 11th hour tonight. And I think that, Ms. Evans' compromise, actually justice was one of the options that was presented to us. And I absolutely take issue with the idea that this process has been fatally flawed. This is difficult. We cannot expect these kind of conversations to be easy. And getting a pulse of the community on something like this is particularly difficult. But I appreciate very much Ms. Keys-Gamarra's service on this board. It's been short, but remarkable, and I really appreciate that you're here. And I appreciate that you've put this before us. If there is support on this board for Justice Thurgood Marshall High School to be known as Justice High School, I absolutely think that that is a good resolution. That's a good conclusion for this tonight as well. So I'll be supporting this.
Ms. Palchak?
Yes. I want to speak a little bit to process and to how I will be voting on this proposed amendment to the motion. I will speak a little bit more later, but I want to thank Ms. Karen Keys-Gamarra for learning through process here tonight. And this has been quite a change. I know when originally we thought about a new name for a school, I spoke with some advocates and I said, you know, it would be great to see a woman on one of our high schools, right? And I think many names were brought forward. A woman of color in our state, in our Commonwealth, who fought for Brown v. Board. Justice Thurgood Marshall, who I did not know lived for so many years in our community. And then a fellow Hispanic who raised children here in the community, and who also we had a chance to learn about. I think it was a long time, and I had conversations actually with your predecessor on this board, Ms. Jeanette Huff, a couple years ago about names. And at the time, I really believed that naming a school after a person had been our tradition for so many schools and should continue to be. And we had a discussion about that. Should it be a school? Should it be about something more neutral, about a person that's more neutral? I know we all have different ideas of what compromise means. And I think over the past 2.5 years, I've changed my mind, as I think many of us have, about what the best outcome is. And it's been a tough process, and I will hold steady tonight in that I believe that where we are now, there are many kids in our system, there are many people we want to honor, we should honor, and we hope to honor in the future. So I think all three of the names that were being honored in the original motion under Justice High School are noble and should be worthy causes and glorified in our system, as many of members we don't know about. So just to be brief, I think Justice Thurgood Marshall did excellent things. I think he's someone who deserves that. I do also feel that at this moment, I would prefer that we hold it as something that can be for more than one person. I think the value of justice is important. It's been there from actually the Greeks in the 5th century BC, who realized that education was important as they grew as a society and became much more heterogeneous and needed to decide what their population believed in and what their values were. So I guess at this time, I just want you to know, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, I'm very grateful you brought this forward. I think the process tonight may seem like there hasn't been discussion, compromise, community input. I think those of us who have been through this process, whether at this table or in the audience or in the community, know that's not the case. So I will not support this motion, not because I do not support Justice Marshall, but because I believe supporting all of those who are brought forward is a better name for the school.
Ms. Schultz?
So I'm not going to support this motion. I tried to ask for a recess, didn't get that. I tried to say or intimate quickly, please offer a substitute motion. To take a black man and say that the motion that's on the table is for a black woman, and let's take the black woman off the motion and substitute with a black man. Let's have the substitute motion, but to erase the woman and substitute the man, and this is the failure of process at the table. This is not good. I can't support the way this is done. I was trying to say, please offer a standalone substitute motion, and that didn't happen.
Let's see, I have Ms. Fidakanda and then Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe that Justice Thurgood Marshall is the name that we need. At the work session last Monday, it was actually my top choice, although I know a few board members expressed concerns about having two marshals, but having it being known as Justice High School would solve most of that problems. And as Ms. Kizumara brought up, I'm pretty sure 911 will be able to distinguish between Justice High School and Marshall High School. And the reason I think that we need a Justice Thurgood Marshall name specifically rather than Justice High School is because it's very clear that Marshall is the one who argued Brown versus Board of Education, and the school board in 1959 chose to ignore that. They chose to stand on the wrong side of history when they had a chance for a more inclusive school system. They instead chose a name that would inspire hostility. And now we have the opportunity to really define what the future of Jeb Stuart High School will be. And naming it Marshall is our way of saying, this is what we should have done in 1959. This is what we will always stand for. We will stand for inclusivity. And having that specific name shows our commitment to diversity as a school system.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I believe that the wording in the last paragraph, if it's intended to be parallel with the main motion, it would be, I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be, and so on and so forth. Did you intend that to be parallel, Ms. Keys-Gamarra? So I believe in order for your substitute motion to be parallel with the language in the original, the last paragraph needs to read, I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Justice Thurgood Marshall.
I thought that's what I said.
You may have said that, but it wasn't typed that way.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So that I was just clarifying, it was typed differently. So I think that I move that the new name will be, yes.
Thank you.
All right. So if I don't want to change your amendment if that's not what you intended, but that makes it parallel with the original motion.
Will be Justice Thurgood Marshall School to be known as Justice. That's correct.
I hate to make a point of order, but I'm questioning whether this is now germane because my substitute motion was the clean motion, the clean version motion, and now an amendment is to just modify something but not change the overall intent of the motion. And now with the addition of this language is not germane.
It now becomes a substitute.
It is a substitute motion. And so this is now no longer an amendment.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask the clerk. Okay, so the question, I can still recognize this motion because you can bring it next. So the question then, Madam Clerk, Mr. Foster, should we go back to Mrs. Schultz's original motion and decide what that's going to be, and then entertain, and Mr. Moon?
Madam Chair, I'm sure that Madam Clerk will let us know her understanding, her interpretation of parliamentary rules, but based upon my recollection of what I learned about the rules is that substitute motion is a form of an amendment. It's an amendment in a form of a substitute.
All right, so could I please have some advice and a ruling? Is this motion in order at this time? Or must we dispose of Mrs. Schultz's original wording and then turn to this, or can we turn to this now?
You can do it now as a substitute motion.
All right. Okay, then we will recognize this as a substitute motion. All right. Ms. Evans, then you wished to speak.
Yes, thank you. Well, it's good to get that clarification. I will support this substitute for the motion on the table. Justice Thurgood Marshall did get the most number of households. It was the #1 name of an individual that was approved. When it says to be known as Justice High School, I assume that means that in documentation, in terms of things like uniforms, it would be called Justice High School. If you're talking about
I'm assuming it's like a nickname,
Okay,
but again.
Well, so here's where I am with this. I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I will support this here as a substitute for Mrs. Schultz's motion. I will then not be voting for the overall motion because I do think that we have a compromise that that works. And I have heard my colleagues with their concern about the name Marshall, but I will vote for this as a substitute. But then I believe unless I hear from my colleagues, unless I'm persuaded by further conversation that we should go there, then I will probably vote against the substitute, the other amendment itself.
Mr. Moon. We had a lot of conversation, again, as I stated earlier in the evening, amongst 12 board members, that throughout the whole process, my number one choice was Mendez. That didn't carry the evening, failed on 6-6. I'm going for my second choice, which is Justice. And I laid on my position why I couldn't support Thurgood Marshall. Another high school with a Marshall, whether you call it Justice, but that's only a nickname, but officially it was going to be a Thurgood Marshall. We have a Marshall, we have a Marshall. They're just a few miles apart. We don't have to have another Marshall as a new name for Jeb Stuart. We don't have to have that.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I share Ms. Evans' perspective that I certainly value and appreciate Justice Thurgood Marshall's remarkable legacy in many, many, many areas of achievement as a national icon. I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, making sure I'm not saying the other Karen, Ms. Keys-Gamarra elevating his name because he was the second highest vote getter. I have not had the privilege of hearing from my colleagues why we went to the compromise motion on justice and lumping together the three names. And so my concern that in my 6 years on the board we always talk about is changing things up at the board table is always a little messier than any of us would like. But for the short term, I will support this amendment to it, to Ms. Schultz's Barbara Rose Johns, and that isn't to say that she isn't an admiral choice as well, but this one did receive more votes, and certainly we know his legacy and record. But I am very concerned just in general, and probably will have reservations like Ms. Evans about what we do with the main motion, because the board has only spent time reviewing Ms. Evans' main motion, and then a lot of us, as you saw, that felt the healing process would come well through Louis G. Mendez.
Okay, I will take a turn to speak. First of all, thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, for bringing this name forward. Justice Thurgood Marshall is a hero of mine. He argued the case for Brown versus the Board of Education, and it was critical. It was what finally broke segregated education. It sadly took Virginia a very long time to come aboard. But it was his skill and his ability to organize and to push that through. And he was a distinguished Supreme Court justice. So I am very pleased that you brought this forward so that we can discuss it. I am concerned, however, of having two marshals, and I know that this has been difficult for us all along, and we looked seriously at that issue. So I will not support it, but I want the record to show
that for me, Justice Thurgood Marshall is a hero. And he was such an important American and made a change in all of our lives and the lives of our children. So thank you for bringing it forward. Okay, see? No other desires to speak? Yes. Well, first we have to vote on this one. All right. So,
may I get clarification? We're
Yeah.
voting on Ms. Keys-Gamarra's to Mrs. Schultz, and then we
Yes.
have to vote on Mrs. Schultz, whichever it ends up, correct? Yes. So whether it's Barbara Rose Johns or Thurgood Marshall, we have to vote a second time, correct?
I'm going to ask, yes?
Because we need clarity on what.
Yes, I know, it's getting a little confusing. All right, we'll vote on this, and then you all can think and make sure that we are doing the appropriate activity. All right, I'll read the motion. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote to households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Justice Thurgood Marshall High School, to be known as Justice High School. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation plan, and this is a substitute motion. All those in favor of the substitute is Ms. Evans, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Hines, Ms. Derenak Koufax, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Was that 6? Did that pass? All right. That, and those opposed, okay, is Ms. Palchak, Ms. Strauss, Mr. Moon, and Ms. Schultz. And Mr. Wilson. Okay, so that passed as a substitute. Yes, okay, now all right, so we will vote on this again. We have disposed of Ms. Schultz's original motion, correct? All right, we have substituted, so this then becomes the motion on the table. So is there further discussion? Okay, yes.
We are now voting on Ms. Schultz's amendment as substituted, correct? Okay.
We're voting on this motion again. Yes, okay. All right. I will begin with Ms. Schultz.
So I have a question. Since I didn't vote for the amendment to my motion, and this has substantively substituted the intent of my motion, this is now no longer my motion, correct?
That's right.
So now this is Ms. Karen Keys-Gamarra's motion.
That's right. Your motion has been disposed of.
I'm just going to say, what we have effectively done. I'm having difficulty grasping this. So one of the 5 choices that was put forward by the superintendent was, and 3 of those choices were people of color. We just took one person of color and wiped the other person of color out. So now we don't get to vote on Barbara Rose Johns at all. So the 3 names that we had the opportunity to vote for, one has just been taken off the table by default. And I fundamentally have a problem with that. I've sought all along to say, please, let's give the opportunity for this to be heard. I do think it's more than just 911 can figure out which Marshall. It is much more complicated than that. It's much more nuanced than that. And that makes the 3rd Marshall High School in proximity. So fundamentally, what just happened here at the table undoes what I set out to do, which was to give a vote to Barbara Rose Johns. And so I'm not pleased with again, the process that this turned out, so I can't support this motion.
Ms. Hines. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like we're probably reliving the conversations that the community had for maybe weeks as they were coming up to the vote, right? Because this is difficult. We have a lot of good options here. Well, I think it's important that we consider this, which is why I seconded and voted for the substitute. Having listened to my fellow board members, I'm particularly moved by Ms. Palchik's comments about how, with justice, the main motion, we have the opportunity to celebrate all of the stories, the great stories that we've heard, to celebrate the people that we've learned about, Colonel Mendez, Barbara Rose Johns, and of course, we all know Justice Thurgood Marshall. If we go with this instead, we are not taking that opportunity to celebrate the other people who the community came up with as people they wanted to honor. And even though they didn't coalesce around one, maybe it's just because they are all worthy. And the name Justice gives us the opportunity to do that, to tell all those stories to the kids at that school and to the community and posterity. So although I really appreciate the substitute, I will not be supporting it. Ms. Evans? Okay, Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm going to be abstaining from this, and the reason is that when the 12 of us wrestled with what to do, Stewart was the top vote getter. There were then, 4 other choices that came recommended by the superintendent, and what do we do? And all along, and especially I probably talked the most with Mr. Moon, that we wanted to model for the community tonight that as difficult as this 2-year debate has been, that we as the leaders of the school system, as your elected officials, would look to find the best compromise and to reflect that spirit of leadership, compromise, and hopes of healing. And when we came in tonight, we were, as I said, deeply divided, 6-6. One felt take the 3 names and have them reflected through the term justice. There were those of us that felt if we couldn't coalesce around one particular name that, it wasn't Stewart suddenly, but so then what? I think I spoke extensively of why I felt that Colonel Mendez then, in my mind and in my heart, with his 60-year relationship in the community, made him a special choice. I honestly don't know right now, for my colleagues who said that they wanted to do this collection of the 3 people and have it reflected through justice, I don't even know, as you can see even from the conversations, the rationale for why they just didn't coalesce around Justice Thurgood Marshall. I'm hearing that it's the way to honor all 3. I will tell you in my conversations with people in the community, they've even said to me, so what does justice mean? Like what's the connection? What's the purpose? What's the reason? And that's not even something we know because the community didn't bring it to us. The superintendent didn't bring it to us as a top 5 choice. So one of the things that people might be aware when elected officials abstain from a decision is because they feel they have insufficient information to make an informed decision. And if anything is represented tonight, what's been going on at the board table, I will reiterate my positive remarks. I know all 12 of us, including poor, Ms. Corbett Sanders, you may not know this, but she's got to be in New York at 7 a.m. for another board meeting that she committed to over a year ago. She missed her flight in order to be here, and she is on a bus going through the night. So please, everybody know, when I say that the 12 of us are dedicated, I believe it in my heart, and I hope you do too. So, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, I completely understand your passion for Justice Thurgood Marshall. I just feel like I'm abstaining because I don't even understand where the board is on this, but thank you for bringing him forward because he's a remarkable man.
Okay, I will call for, I'm sorry, Ms. Darren Kofax.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a person on this board who somehow became the voice of the process, I have been looking to support the wishes of the majority of the people. That's why my previous votes have been with Stewart as first, and also I believe that the story of Mr. Mendez was quite compelling. But I've talked to my colleagues, and I know how passionate they are, and I know the community has expressed support for this. So I would be inclined at this point in time to support the vote for this.
Okay, I will call for the vote. And again, I will read it. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School will be Justice Thurgood Marshall, to be known as Justice High School. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop and recommend an implementation. All those in favor? It is Schultz, Sternak, Kofax, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Those opposed? It is Evans, Palchik, McElveen, Strauss, Moon, Hines. That motion fails. Abstentions. Thank you, Mr. Wilson and Ms. McLaughlin. So the motion fails, but it was a great discussion. Thank you. All right. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we are back to the main motion, and I will state it. The main motion. I will read the main motion again. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote for households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School be Justice High School. Comments, those who wish to speak. Ms. Hines.
Yes, thank you. So I'll try to keep it brief. We've talked an awful lot, but I think deference and respect for district board members on local issues, particularly issues that have the potential to divide that community, is a very important norm for our board work. I've worked with Ms. Evans for 6 years now, and I know how hard she works to know her community and to just bend over backwards to make sure that we get plenty of input from the community. And so I believe that we can trust what Ms. Evans brings to us as a good way forward, and I think it is the best way forward. In this case, it honors all the people that the folks who wanted to change, the advocates who wanted to change, brought up and voted for, and I think it's the best way forward. I just did want to say a little bit about this is about race, you know, and I think we have to go ahead and talk about it, and I personally think we should be a little bit careful up here about defending ourselves too much as not racists. You know, it is being called a racist is hard, but I have a feeling that being called the N-word is probably even harder, right? So I think, you know, massive resistance and its legacy here in Virginia and in Fairfax County is not ancient history. It is current context for the decision that we're making right now. No one on this board should be called a racist. That is bullying and divisive, but it is fair for our constituents to expect us to approach this question with humility and with a commitment to listening to the voices of those who have been and continue to be harmed by the decision to name that school for a Confederate officer. We have to talk about this. You know, I walk through this still imperfect world as a white person. And I have enough African American friends and family members to know that walking through this world as an African American is different. My sister has 3 mixed-race kids who have grown up in Kansas City, and my nephew has been stopped and pulled over 3 times for being in his own neighborhood. 3rd time, he was handcuffed and brought in, and she finally sued and won. So this is the reality. That would never happen to my son, his cousin, here in Virginia. It would never happen, right? It's unfortunate, but it's true. It's still 2 different worlds, and that's the context within which we make this decision today. That's the relevant current context. And I think justice is the best way to turn the corner and to turn away from that history and toward a hopeful future. So that's why I'm supporting this.
I will call on Mr. McElveen.
Well, it has been quite a long and winding road that has brought us here. As I see it, it is a road that runs all the way back to the 1860s with the military service and eventual passing of Jeb Stuart. More than 150 years later, his legacy has been publicly debated here in Fairfax County more than he could ever have imagined. That public debate that has ensued in recent years is something that, regrettably, was never undertaken when a former composition of this board in 1958 first chose to name the school after Stuart, someone whose legacy was steeped in his decision to fight for the Confederacy and uphold the institution of slavery. It was that fateful decision in 1958 that has led us to tonight, when this board will finally put an end to the long deliberation that this community has had to endure over the past 3 years. This has been a debate that would have been unnecessary had that former composition of this board stood by the name originally proposed for this site, Munson Hill High School. All the while, there has been a parallel road to this story that has not always wound its way into the public discourse or been highlighted in the history books. And that is the history of those who have been systematically disenfranchised and denied access to our public institutions, the most sacred of which is our system of public education. Tonight's discussion is far more important and lasting than whether to move a monument or change the name of a street. It is about renaming a schoolhouse, that most American of public institutions that embodies all of our hopes and dreams for a better future and directly touches everyone who walks through its doors. The schoolhouse has always stood at the center of our communities, and that is precisely what has made this process so difficult and personal. And it's why it's time for this board to bring closure to it and move on. For far too long, having the name of Jeb Stuart grace our school has, in effect, honored and glorified those who have fought both on the battlefield and in the court of public opinion against equality and justice for all Americans. The name that has been proposed tonight, Justice High School, is precisely the opposite. It is a name that honors all those who have had to fight for those values over the broad expanse of our country's history. Our society often forgets the battles that have come before us and how long it has taken for us to get where we are. From Farmville, Virginia, where at the age of 16, Barbara Rose Johns led 450 of her fellow students in a march on her county's courthouse, to the halls of Supreme Court, where Thurgood Marshall took the baton from Barbara Johns in the form of Brown versus Board of Education and brought justice to her cause. And then there are those trailblazers like Colonel Luis Mendez, who have bravely fought on the battlefield for our American values overseas. I encourage my colleagues who may be on the fence tonight to reflect on the message that the name of justice will send to all children in our county, who will be reminded that their right to access equal public education was not easily won. Members of this board also must reflect on how they want to be remembered in the eyes of history. For a flawed process that produced a solution that further splintered the community, or for finding a solution that binds together the majority of choices with which the community has presented us, correcting an historical wrong in the most elegant of ways. We cannot have this discussion tonight without acknowledging the broader circumstances that have, over the past 3 months, overtaken our public discourse and revived disturbing elements that many of us thought had been relegated to our past. It is clear that there are still segments of our society who do not recognize the equality of all humanity. That is what makes this vote at this time so powerful. Make no mistake that whatever action our board takes tonight will not correct the injustices that still exist in our society and our world. But the choice of the name of justice will shed light on the issues that still plague our society and show that Fairfax County stands with all those who have come before us and been denied justice. That includes those who had to travel on unpaved roads all the way out to Manassas or into Washington, D.C. to access their education, and even those who walked in the halls of the school in which we sit here tonight. The name of justice will clearly demonstrate for future generations of Fairfax County and future compositions of this board that we did our best to compromise with what we've been presented in order to best represent the values of the community. Learning from our mistakes is the purpose of education. It is what we constantly remind our kids, and it is why all of us are here trying to do what is right for our community. Tonight, I do not believe that we have come to a solution that I do believe that we have come to a solution that future generations can look back on with pride. And that is why I am proud to support the renaming of Stewart High School as Justice High School.
Ms. Schultz?
We shrugged off a king 241 years ago. And if the notion of liberty and rule of law means anything, if the notion of actual justice, which is advertising to a community repeatedly what we were going to do, and then pulling the rug out from underneath the community. And I will explain what I did in my last vote, because I said I wasn't going to vote for Thurgood Marshall, and then I silently lectured myself that I was doing the very thing in my previous motion that I said I wasn't going to do, which is not vote for one of the top 5. So that's why I put my hand up, is we are taking what we told the public we would do for, I don't even know how many times we've done this, because we were set to vote a year ago, and then we changed the rules, and then we've created a regulation, and we've created a policy, and we created opportunities for community engagement. We held town halls, the surveys were held. Every single time that we went to the community and told them that we were going to do something, it subsequently changed. And what we've decided to do here tonight is, earlier in the previous motion, you notice there was no lecture about the fact that the district board member had a special privilege. There was no lecture about that. And we took that vote up and down, and it lost. But I've now supported Thurgood Marshall. I tried to support Barbara Rose Johns, and that got erased off the table. And I've supported Colonel Mendez, because that is the process that we told the community. Nobody put up Peace Valley. I would have put it up, but there was no votes. I don't even know if I would have gotten a second. And I supported Stewart. I literally have said, look, what have we tried to do in this process? And it isn't to say, oh, well, we have a fatal process, we shouldn't do that. We should just be happy with whatever the end game is. No, that is perverting the course of justice. That is saying, I will do anything it takes to get my way, and it's okay if I override the will of the public. It's okay if I go back on the integrity of my word of what I said to the public would happen. It's okay if we can say, well, we'll add all of the lower votes. You know, I go to the student president elections for this role, or the student representative elections. And if we said to the student representative who won, well, all the other people who were running for that seat had more votes than you, so we're going to pick from there. But at least pick from the people who were there. At least pick from the top 5. And now what we're saying is, by the way, you all showed up for the student representative election. There's an advertised process. You all are the individual representatives from the school who show up to vote for the student representative to the board. You go through your rounds of voting, you work the way down to the finalists, and then you select one. And oh, by the way, we're going to pick somebody that's not even in the room. That's literally not even, we know better than you, student population, about who should be the student representative to the board. That is exactly what we are about to do here. That is not an example of good leadership to our community, to say we're going to do something, and then by the way, at the end, we've decided we know better than the public. That is substituting our values and our morals and saying the people who did vote, the people who did participate in the conversation, don't have the right values, they don't have the right morals, they didn't vote correctly. And the notion that people voted separately for justice is the fact that staff included an alphabet soup of names together: Justice Thurgood Marshall, Justice Marshall, Thurgood Marshall, comma, Justice. The fact that anybody who cast one of those votes, any of the 339 households who cast a vote for that, were voting for the word justice separately, that you could somehow erase Thurgood Marshall from that and that you would get 339 households voting for just justice, is a preposterous thought to say they didn't want to recognize the name Thurgood Marshall. The point was that they were saying, let's acknowledge this icon. That was what the ask was. So the ask of recognizing Stewart, no, we're not going to do that. The ask of please recognize Thurgood Marshall, we're not going to do that. I commend my colleague, as messy as it was, for putting the name up. We didn't even get a chance. We erased the woman right off the top. Didn't get a chance to recognize Barbara Rose Johns. And then Colonel Mendez, you know, a convenient deadlock. I am dismayed for the public. My heart hurts for the community that this is our legacy. In 58 years, we're going to be impugned, and you know, our children are going to have to defend this. I've read the children. By the way, many of them identified themselves as Democrats, that their parents were Democrats who voted on this original board. My dad was a New Deal Democrat. My dad fought for civil rights. How dare you impugn, you know, the original naming? Well, I tell you what, if ever we deserve to be impugned, it is you said you were going to do something and you didn't do anything at the end. You made up the rules and you created this umbrella word, and now it's a concept name, and that's good enough when we had 3 amazing opportunities to name this school after a person of color, and we failed to do it tonight.
Ms. McLaughlin, did you wish to speak?
So I'm going to end my remarks the way I began them. This board tried its very best to come into tonight trying to find a strong compromise. And as you saw, we just couldn't get there. And while I appreciate the passion of some of my colleagues who are going to vote in support of this main motion, I would ask for the same level of respect that I've been trying to give them. They believe that they're looking at the 5 choices brought forward by the superintendent, none of the 5 had a 50+% majority vote. So it was incumbent upon the board to figure out what to do. And how would we get the community heal? And 6 of us felt that Luis Mendez would help the community heal. 6 people, and now 7, will believe that justice, which again was those working in the spirit of compromise, and they believed combining 3 names will reflect that. And I respect that's how they believe the community will heal. But I honestly, as a board member, I don't know that. It's not one of the 5 names the superintendent brought forward and recommended to us. The community didn't bring it forward as a top 5 choice. And yes, I know you've been listening to several of us talk about process and how important it is. But that's how people have faith and trust in their public officials. And at no point did we ever say what was the threshold for when your community input would matter. You all invested so much. 2 Saturdays, people invested their time on top of course, 2+ years of advocacy on both sides on this issue. And in the end, to what another colleague noted, deference to the magisterial board member. I shared with Ms. Evans that if we couldn't get the support for the local hero who Luis Mendez not only has an incredible legacy, but he also fought for literacy at a national level, then I don't know how we arrive at a vote tonight. And this has gotten bigger than just what the Mason District constituents want. It is a countywide conversation. I recognize many people in the audience, they don't live in Mason District, and I applaud their passion and their support for hoping that we can find the way out. But in the end, we still promised the Mason District that we would engage you. You were given the votes, and this main motion isn't what you brought forward to us. And I campaigned 6 years ago on transparency, accountability, and community engagement. And I don't know that what this main motion says actually fulfills that promise and that commitment that is integral to me. And so I know it's not a surprise to Ms. Evans. We talked about this. I just apologize to the entire Stewart community in that we as a system, if we were going to say it needed to be 50+%, or then we were going to make it up our minds ourselves, or we were going to come up with a whole nother compromise on a name you didn't bring us at all, then I think we should have brought it back out to the community and said how they felt about it. But that's just my humble opinion. And so again, to my colleague who made a comment earlier, I think my passion for Luis G. Mendez puts me on the right side of history. And I hope that my 11 colleagues respect me for it. I hope my Bragg District constituents respect me for it. And I hope everyone in the audience respects me for it. We were wrestling with a really tough decision here tonight. And when you're at 6-6, that means it wasn't going to be an easy decision for even this board.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax.
The definitions of justice, the quality of being equitable, to act or to treat fairly. The third definition, the administering of a deserved reward or a punishment. How many will feel like this latter part of the definition is what the community will feel, the administering of a punishment? I voted for 3 votes tonight for this community that I thought were more just than this name. I voted for Stewart, I voted for Justice Marshall, and I voted for Colonel Mendez. I will not be voting for this because I do not believe that trust, transparency, and healing will come to this community with this name. I will work to make that happen. I will help my colleague to do that, as I hope colleagues work as other names change, because they will, they might. There will be processes, and we need processes that the community can trust, that can help us to move forward in a transparent and equitable fashion. And I will work to make that happen, but I don't feel that this is what happened in this process, and I will not be supporting this name.
Ms. Vettakana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify a comment that another school board member made, if we're going to discuss process, I think it's important to point out, I'm sure Ben can probably agree with me out in the audience, but the student rep election is done a little differently. I think it's done in the way that we all would have liked the name change votes to have been done. You vote and you vote in many, many, many rounds until you get to a 50% +1 majority. And unfortunately, we didn't get that in this case, but we got 5 names. And although 3 of those names have not passed this board, I think we should consider Justice High School to be a potentially good name for the high school. It gives students an opportunity to learn about many of the civil rights leaders, including the names we put forward tonight. It specifies that we want Justice Thurgood Marshall, that we want Barbara Rose Johns, that we want Colonel Mendez to be a focus in creating a new Justice High School. And I think, although we couldn't get the perfect name and there might have been better ways to do this, Justice High School right now is our best option. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also will not be supporting this motion. Unfortunately, the issues that have been raised about the name and whether or not it was actually put forward to the community to vote on, I have to agree that I come down on the side that it was not. I don't believe, although the list of names included Justice First, I don't believe if you read the 7 different alternative names that there could be any conclusion other than it was Justice Thurgood Marshall. And in fact, our regulations require that similar name suggestions be reviewed with participants prior to the vote to determine if they can be consolidated into one name. And in fact, I have to agree with Ms. Schultz, had they been consolidated into just the word justice, I don't think there's any way I can conclude that they would have received the same number of votes that has been presented by the 7 choices related to Thurgood Marshall. So for that reason, from a process standpoint, I guess I cannot make the assumption that justice actually is the second most popular choice amongst the community members. I also think that the concept of justice is actually, it's more difficult than you might think, because justice, and I appreciate Ms. Dearnach-Kofax bringing up the definition of justice, sometimes it means different things to different people. You know, and these aren't perhaps the best suggestions, but is it justice to have mandatory minimums for drug sentencing? Is it justice to have a death penalty for murder? People can reasonably disagree on those concepts. And I think that in a school like Jeb Stuart, I think actually justice would be sort of a difficult thing for even the students to sort of understand. Like, what does that mean in my school with regards to me and my own experience in life? So I don't even in the abstract really think that it is a great concept for the name of a high school. I think it's probably too complicated of an idea in terms of what does that mean? And even this morning I received a meme over the internet about what that could be interpreted suggestion, you know, a play on the word justice. So it's not that I don't, of course, you know, I believe that there's justice, but I wonder if justice would include the jurisprudence of Justice Clarence Thomas, for example, by some of those that are supporting this. Finally, I think that our process is setting a precedent for future schools. And as my colleagues know, in one of our earlier work sessions, a list of 32 schools was put forward to the board relating to either slaveholding plantations, slaveholders, the Confederates. And it is critical, I think, as a board, that we present our process to be very rational and to make a lot of sense to the community as we move forward. And one of my follow-on motions is going to be a recommendation that we look at our policy and our regulations to see where we can make improvements. And I hope everyone will support that, because I believe we will vote to change the name of the school when we vote on justice. And I hope that everyone will consider that follow-on motion favorably.
Just so my colleagues are refreshed, I have Mr. Moon, Mr. Palchik, Ms. Palchik, and then Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Mr. Moon.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the main motion presented by Ms. Evans. As I said a number of times earlier this evening, or that I had a lot of conversation with a lot of us. I'm sure that we all talked to each other multiple times over the course of last more than a week, maybe 10 days. That sometimes our discussions and debates were pretty heated, sometimes very emotional. Sometimes I could feel frustration from the other side, and I could feel something within myself at the same time. But I think this was a good process because we got to talk to each other, hear each other's point of view. And the one beauty about having more than one person sitting on a board, of course, if it is one person, it's not going to be the board. That is, I cannot be always the smartest person. I cannot always be the wisest person on seeing things. Karen Keys-Gamarra, when I had the conversation with you, you gave me a lot to think about, and I appreciate that. I called you several times as a freshman, but when I had the conversation, you are wiser than I was. I certainly felt, and I appreciate it, even though I disagreed with you on the choice of a new name. Having made a decision, this board, having made a decision to change the name back in July, not making a decision tonight was not an option for me. For me, it was just a matter of picking the best new name. I thought that one particular name was better than others, did not prevail. Then, over the course of the last, 18 years or more than 18 years, I've been serving on the board. When I don't get my best pick, I always go to my second choice because we need to make a decision and move on. And I hope that with all the passions we have had discussing these matters amongst the 12 of us, that we can find a way to move on, find a way to bring the community together, which will require a lot of work by us. Over the course of my service on the board, there were a lot of times when I was on the losing side. I was in the minority. But I always respected the decision of the board and not to undermine the decisions made by the board and support the work of the board. And I strongly urge, I know that I have to say this, my colleagues will do that, because maybe there may be some hard feelings even amongst us, that we find ways to heal ourselves, because if we don't do that, we cannot bring the community together. I will support the Justice High School.
Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. Mr. Moon, tonight you are wiser than I, so thank you. I too wanted to speak on process, and I will take some time to share my remarks as well, because I did want to save them for my vote and would like to share them. But first, several of my colleagues have spoken about process, and I really appreciate their thoughts. And you, Mr. Moon, with your years of service and what it means. And I agree with you. I think it's important to respect each other. We definitely have and will continue to have different opinions, especially in controversial issues. And I think this not being the first controversial issue we've now voted on since I've been on the board, I've noticed similar tenor, similar discussions about the process, and similar frustration. So, unfortunately, we haven't moved past that. I don't know if we will, but I definitely support looking at process. I will be supporting your motion, Mr. Wilson. I'm glad you will bring that forward. I think it's important to learn from the first time that we are going through this as a board. I don't think it's a reason for us to say that this has not been a democratic process. We are a board that cannot meet legally behind the scenes. We cannot come to compromises. We cannot speak to each other more than two of us at a time unless we are in an open meeting at this table. And so sometimes that makes for a messy process. Sometimes it brings some confusion, and I'm sorry that some of you may feel you have to sit through that. But I hope you realize that we do, like Ms. McLaughlin said, all up here on this board honestly, truly believe that we are doing the best by the community and working hard to get there. We can disagree on that, but I hope that we can come to that agreement. Speaking to the motion, as a proud graduate of Fairfax County Public Schools, as a Latina, Jewish, immigrant, and grateful naturalized citizen of this great nation, I believe we're here tonight because we're passionate about the past, the present, and the future of our county, Fairfax County. Our views of what that vision can be are as diverse as the community that we represent. Since several of my colleagues tonight have shared their personal stories, I will do the same briefly. I don't often share my story. I definitely hid it as a child growing up here because I felt it was the best way to be accepted as an equal to my colleagues. In 1990, my parents moved my family to Fairfax County, having lived through a dictatorship and a great political and economic turmoil. Several years later, growing up here as a student at Frost Middle School, a neighbor and a former friend told me to my face that he hated Hispanics. As a high school student at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, my counselor told my mother that I should attend the community college because I was an immigrant. Thankfully, she did not listen. In 2015, I chose to do something I'd never imagined I would do. I made the life-changing decision over a long year of careful consideration to run for the school board here in Fairfax County. I was inspired by many reasons, but especially because I saw my community had changed over the past decades to be a very diverse and inclusive community in many ways, but still lacked representation and equal access for many, including the 1 of 4 Hispanic students who are now in our schools. In 2016, I was told by one of my colleagues on this very board that we no longer have institutional racism. I could not have been more shocked. And now in 2017, our work on this board is about something much larger than myself and than ourselves. It's also the year when we are drafting a policy of One Fairfax jointly with the Board of Supervisors, and a time when we have named Dr. Francisco Duran as the Chief Academic and Equity Officer to our school system. In 2019, the Commonwealth of Virginia will mark 400 years of the first slaves being brought to Virginia. Over the past 400 years, there are things that we can be proud of, and there are also many things that we can learn from. I also hope that 2019 will be the first year where we right one wrong that our predecessors made, and refusing to desegregate our schools and naming one of our all-white schools after a Confederate soldier. I also hope it'll be the beginning of work towards students and families, continued work towards students and families of our system being represented in their schools and their leadership and in the direction of this board, this county, and this nation. Over the past several months, we've had the opportunity to learn much more about Justice Marshall, Barbara Rose Johns, and even get to know the great contributions made by another honorable member of our community, Colonel Luis Mendez, Jr. My hope for our students and for the future of our community is that a name that honors all who fight for justice will lead to the unveiling and deeper learning of even more leaders locally and beyond who fought and will fight for justice in years to come. This name is not plucked from a dictionary, as some have alleged, but inspired by great justice, as well as by the words of our Pledge of Allegiance. The same Pledge of Allegiance recited by students across the county, across the nation, and the same Pledge of Allegiance that I recited as an immigrant student right here in this county and in every single meeting in this very room. I hope the name of this school and the hard work we continue to do to ensure equity of access and opportunity for all who reside in our great county will inspire many more graduates of FCPS from all walks of life to serve and to lead in both their words and their actions. As said so eloquently by our students earlier tonight, Jeb Stuart will always be a part of our history, but he does not have to be a part of our school. We can highlight many heroes and represent the heroism that we admire. We can disagree on how we compromise and how we arrive to doing what we believe and judge to be the best thing for our students. My personal belief is that changing a symbol that glorifies a segregationist past, and by marking this year as a way forward with a team of staff, students, and community that will fight for justice, equity, and opportunity for all is the right way forward. Our students should know they have the right to access and to have the best education and opportunities, whether they are white, Latino, African American, Asian American, Native American, or of any background. Will new name change the course of history? No. But I hope it can help mark a new era where we continue to work toward liberty and justice for all. Our community and our nation were divided when Jeb Stuart was alive. We were divided at the time of Brown v. Board of Education 1 and 2, and we're divided here today around the nation. That we cannot deny, nor can we change it. But what we can do, and what this vote can do today, and I hope for, is that our community will eventually find a way to heal and to begin to find unity. It will not be tomorrow, but I hope we can move on that path. I believe that the compromise we have today best honors many names that were brought forward and both inspires current and future students of our high school. From a retired teacher of Stuart High School, I taught social studies at Stuart for 38 years, and a part of me, to be honest, is sad to see a name change. But it also gives me hope. Hope that we can do better by our students by placing a name on the school that all of them can be proud of. I hope and urge my colleagues to vote to change the name of Stuart High School to Justice High School, and to bring that hope to our students that we will all work together for a more perfect and just system for them.
Ms. Karen Keys-Gamarra.
I won't give another speech. I think I've done enough of that tonight. But I just wanted to say democracy can be a messy business. Ms. Schultz, I wanted to put that name out there to make sure we had an opportunity to exhibit for our community that we're really talking about these things. We're really considering these things. And you're right, Ms. McLaughlin. It was hard, but we fought hard. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have some bruises somewhere, theoretically, but because we really went at it. We really had some good discussions, and I thank my fellow board members for that opportunity. But I do think that this process demonstrates our attempt to adhere to the principles of democracy. So I wanted to say that, and I wanted to say that that was the reason I brought forward. Thurgood Marshall was my first choice, but I'm getting so tired, I'm sorry. The compromise that board member Evans put forth, I felt addressed the concerns that I had. I just continued to support it. I supported it. Let me just stop talking. I continue to support that. I'm glad that we were able to talk about Thurgood Marshall. I would have loved to, for that to have passed, but having said that, I will definitely support this. Thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, thank you. I made my main comments at the beginning, but I will wrap up and say we've talked about process a lot tonight, and yes, we've had some. It's unfortunate that it was a bit messy, but at the end of the day, we did get community input in a variety of ways. It was with people coming out, with people voting, with people emailing, with people testifying. One-on-one conversations. We have had a variety of ways of trying to gauge where the community is on this, and we have certainly respected the spirit of the community desires. Today we are righting a wrong of the past. We did that in July, and we're doing it again today. We will turn back and reject the legacy of massive resistance and a school system that dragged its heels on integration for a decade. I did want to thank my colleagues. I know this has been difficult, and I think everyone here has been extremely thoughtful. So I want to thank everybody for the work that they have done on it. This has been the hardest issue I have had in my 8 years on the board. But I do believe, and I will be the one living and breathing it every day in my neighborhood,
But as a board member, I do believe that this is a decision we will be proud of in 5 years, in 10 years, and in 20 years. I was going to read from the teacher of 38 years, Ms. Palchik. Thank you for doing that. I've heard from quite a few teachers, quite a few community members, quite a few students. I'll read just a couple from the students. This is from a senior that we got who's supporting this. Justice opens the door to an amazing learning opportunity, and even justice on its own is a beautiful sentiment that represents the reality of my school. Another student wrote to us and said she had been involved before, but now she knows that in our community, changing the name is something that is very important. It should be evident that this county is here to support us and stand with us against the injustices that people of color are faced with today. This whole process has taught me that if I put my voice out there, then I will be heard, and this gives me inspiration to go out into the world and actually make a change that will impact me and the society we live in today. Heard from a lot of parents. This is one PTA president. Our school pyramid in the Fairfax County Public Schools as a whole is in a wonderful position at this difficult time to make a stand on the side of what is right and just for our extremely multicultural population of students. She supports Justice High School and says the name speaks loud and clear, not only for the individuals on the initial ballot for whom this would include, but rather for the justice we seek for all of our students from every race, nationality, religion, and gender. I could go on, but I won't. Our former school board rep as well as our current school board rep are fully behind this. I believe we will come to the point where we will celebrate this name, which again I'm going to emphasize is specifically for 3 people, for Justice Thurgood Marshall, for Barbara Rose Johns, and for Colonel Luis Mendez. We can learn a lot from each of them, and I hope the students do too. I certainly will do all I can to bring us together, and when we get to the point where we will put the new name on the school, this will be something to celebrate. Thank you. I will offer my own brief words. I do believe that justice speaks for the many heroes and heroines that fought the right for all of our children to be together and to get past segregated schools, to get past the legacy of the hard-fought civil rights movement. And we have more work to do today. As educators, what does justice mean to us? It means that we provide all of our children high-quality schools where all of our children learn together regardless of race, culture, religion, where we serve our children and we celebrate our children. We say that diversity is our strength in Fairfax County. And you've already heard tonight that the school board and the board of supervisors are going to jointly establish a policy that's called One Fairfax. That means equity of access to all of those things and assets that provide a good quality life for all of our citizens. We are moving forward. Again, we had one Stewart student here today who had his t-shirt that said, "We are one." We are one in our schools, and we celebrate that, and I congratulate the students who support and help each other. I am pleased that all the students on all sides came to speak to us, as well as the community. Changing the name of a school is hard, but we are going forward to celebrate who we are and to celebrate our belief and the quality, the positive qualities of justice and all of our children. And I do believe that our teenagers will have a great time talking about the meaning of justice for them, what that means for their future, and provides us the opportunity to learn more about our heroes who have fought to provide justice for all. I will read the motion one last time. On July 27th, the school board confirmed that there exists a compelling need to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School. Since the July 27th vote, the superintendent has pursued a process to determine a community recommendation for the new name. Among other things, the superintendent has convened a community meeting to solicit suggestions and held an advisory vote by households within the school's attendance area. I move that the new name of Jeb Stuart High School be Justice High School. I further move that the superintendent be directed to develop an implementation plan by December 14th, 2017. All those in favor of the motion? It is Evans, Paulchek, McElveen, Strauss, Moon, Hines, Keys, Gamara. Those opposed? Wilson, McLaughlin, Schultz, Derenak, Kofax. The motion carries. Thank you. We do have several other motions pertaining to this. I think we'll take about a 2-minute break. If you wish to continue to listen to us, that's fine, but we will take about a 2-minute break and then continue the rest of our business. School board members, please return to the table. Now that it's Friday morning, please return to the table. Mr. Wilson, you are next. Okay, I call us back to order. Mr. Wilson has two follow-on motions, so Mr. Wilson, I'll recognize you for your first motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that it's Friday morning, we can finally get to my follow-on motions. I move that, consistent with the motion approved by the board on July 27, 2017, the superintendent implement the new name following receipt of private contributions for the name change sufficient to pay for a substantial portion of the expected cost associated with implementation.
Is there a second? Sure. Second by Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. Wilson, speak to it.
So, in the course of, well, of course, as my motion indicates, in our July 27th motion, we did state that the board further directs the staff to create a mechanism for private funding with the expectation that private funding will pay for a substantial portion of the costs of the new name. And that's consistent actually with many people that I communicated with in the Mason district, one of whom wrote, "I know many neutrals in the debate in my community that have a legitimate objection to public money being used to pay for the name change. This is a valid argument in my opinion. The school board could mandate that all expenses are paid with private money. This puts onus on the changers, which frankly I think is fair. I also think that in the case of Jeb Stuart, the changers would not have a problem meeting that obligation." So in light of that sentiment and the board's motion in July, I hope everyone will join me in supporting this follow-on motion.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I seconded the motion because I appreciate Mr. Wilson's concerns and wanting the board to discuss something that certainly the public has been trying to understand about the cost. That said, I've been very consistent in my public remarks on this for at least a year now that this isn't necessarily about the cost. If changing the name is the right thing to do, the school system needs to get analysis to figure out how much it is, and then we need to, again, work with our community that wants to provide public-private funds, but I don't necessarily support, first of all, what would be substantial. Mr. Wilson, I'm sure you can appreciate that part of the challenge this board has had on this whole issue is we don't define what things mean. So I don't know if substantial means 50%, 75%. So while I appreciate the spirit of this particular motion, I'm more concerned, quite honestly, Dr. Brabrand, and I shared this with Ms. Evans weeks ago. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply disappointed that the division has known this for over a year and a half, that the community was wrestling and debating with how much this change would cost, and there's been figures of up to $1 million. We've peeled that back. We've had board members bring up and say, well, can't you spray paint the field instead of replace the field? The uniforms, you could just change the jacket. It's not the whole thing. And I said to Ms. Evans, for the credibility of the board, the public keeps asking us what's this going to cost. And even if we all agreed that you get it done regardless of cost, we owe it to each other as stewards of the school system to be able to explain to the public what it will cost. And I don't think it reflects well on any of the 12 of us when we say to the public, we still don't know. And I had really hoped that part of tonight's dialogue for getting the public to embrace or at least respect this change, that they wouldn't get hung up on the $1 million false narrative that's been out there. And so again, Mr. Wilson, I won't support this follow-on motion, but I'm making my public remarks and beseech Dr. Brabrand, please help us as soon as possible to get it a more definitive cost. And I know that will help Ms. Evans and really all of us.
Ms. Hines?
Thank you. I won't support this. We are now no longer changers and keepers. I think from tonight we're supposed to be working on being unified. We're a community seeking unity. And I think this introduces, I think I know where you're trying to go, but I think it introduces confusion about when implementation will begin. And I think that just drags the them versus us conversation into the indefinite future. We went through this very difficult process to make a decision. Let's not have any confusing statement from this board to slow the implementation down. So I won't support this.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the spirit of this follow-on motion. I won't be supporting it for a couple of reasons. One, I know we've all been extremely busy, but this did come in awfully late, so we didn't really have an opportunity to really think this through and think about the ramifications of it. That's one piece. I really don't like to see things that come in quite this late in the process. But the other part of it is that we have given the superintendent direction to come back with an implementation plan in December. And I would hope that the timing on it and that this will be part of his plan. He's going to have to bring us when and how and what costs. I agree with Ms. McLaughlin. We need to dive into the costs a little bit more. So I think that this needs to be part of the implementation plan that we expect to see from the superintendent in December.
Mr. Moon?
I think Ms. Evans basically said what I wanted to say.
Ms. Schultz?
We already directed superintendent.
So I asked a question it was either Ms. Michael or Ms. Quinn at the Monday work session last week. If we do this vote, at the end of the vote, will we have obligated the funds? And there was quite a commotion, but the end result to the answer was yes. So we have just, as a board, committed somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,640 to changing the name. I don't know where in the $2.8 billion budget it is that money is going to come from. And we did what I said last time, which is the Wimpy Burger answer. I will gladly pay Tuesday for a hamburger today. And we just wrote an $800,000 or something like that blank check, and we'll figure it out later. If the commitment was all along, the professed commitment was that there's going to be outside money coming in to pay for this, but we have no money on the books, and I'm not even sure we've entirely figured out what the mechanism is, but we're trying, then, that get a implementation plan from Dr. Brabrand later doesn't de-obligate those funds on the books. And to say we'll get to hearing where the money's taken out of the budget, or it won't matter. I mean, we've just, it's a fiduciary lack of responsibility. And, you know, I regularly remind people that part of our oath is swearing to the uphold Virginia law, Virginia Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution, and it says that we will run this school system with utmost efficiency. And writing an $800,000 check without knowing where it's coming from in the budget, and then not professing that we know what the plan is to collect outside money, and that we'll just get to it later, is fiscally irresponsible. So I'm going to support this.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
I appreciate Ms. Schultz's comments, and we certainly need to have conversations, but Mr. Wilson, I can't support this because it lacks specificity. Somebody say it.
Specificity.
It's that's the word I'm trying to say.
Details.
Specificity. I wouldn't even know exactly what I was voting for. So I do think we need to have these conversations, and I believe we're scheduled to do that. But I just, I'm not even sure what we would be voting on with your motion. I'm sorry.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
Mr. Wilson, I appreciate this. And I, too, had great concerns when some of my colleagues were just saying, well, if we vote on this, we have to pay for this, and we will. And we didn't have, as Ms. Schultz says, we don't have an idea where it's coming from. However, the majority of this board just voted to have this name change, and I don't think it's right to pretend that we're going to get $1 million from someone in Hollywood or someone somewhere. So we somehow have to come up with a plan, and what I don't want it to have to do, I already feel, we're not going to go through my feelings on this process, but if we drag it out until some fairy godmother's going to come and bestow these monies on us, I don't think that's going to happen. But I am very concerned because I've heard from 2 other schools in my community, and whatever plan we use for this, you have to be ready to do it for other schools. And you have to know that while Stewart is a needy community, there are other needy communities out there. And this board has chosen to make this name change, but there are other people, other schools out there with similar socioeconomics and similar demographics that need new band uniforms and need this. And, you know, are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? So how are we going to do this? There has to be a plan. Dr. Brabrand and his team are going to have to come back to us with it, and we're going to have to figure out how we do it.
Okay, I won't support this motion. However, I assume that there will be some very aggressive fundraising that I believe begins tomorrow. I believe that the mechanism will be up. And we know in members of the community, they are committed to trying to raise as much money as they can, because that was also part of the commitment. So I remain committed to expecting a fair amount of fundraising to go on privately. And I also look forward to the superintendent's implementation plan. So with that, I will call for, Mr. Wilson, one more, and then call for the vote. It's a little late. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just am, I just want to say that I did not intend this follow-on motion to create any confusion, or I carefully tracked the language in our motion from July with the substantial portion language that's directly lifted. I would remind the board, just as Mrs. Strauss just stated, the motion that was passed in July has an independent clause that states the board further directs staff to create a mechanism for private funding with the expectation that private funding will pay for a substantial portion of the cost. The real significant part of my follow-on motion was just to say that, you know, that is not just an expectation, but we want to know when that substantial portion is achieved. And so my idea was that it would be following the superintendent. We would give the discretion in our July motion, as we did, to the superintendent. to achieve that and present to us. So I guess with what everybody has said, I don't think we really change by the fact that we don't pass this motion what we've already directed the superintendent to do. So.
Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, I'm going to call for the motion. It's late. All those in favor of the Mr. Wilson's motion, please raise your hand. Mr. Wilson, Ms. Schultz, all those opposed. Evans, McLaughlin, Palchak, McElveen, Strauss, Moon, Hines, Darnak, Koufax, Keys, Gamera. So that fails. Mr. Wilson, your second motion.
Okay. Well, I am remaining hopeful that I'll have more success with the second follow-on motion. I move that the board, prior to any future school renaming, direct the superintendent to review the provisions of Regulation 8170.7 and the processes followed with respect to the Jeb Stuart High School renaming to identify potential areas of improvement.
Second.
I'm not quite finished. And
Needs to finish reading it. I know you're done.
And to provide a report to the board with recommendations no later than January 2018. I further move that the board direct the governance committee to review policy 8170 as soon as possible in coordination with the review to be completed by the superintendent.
Is there a
Still
second? All right, Ms.
Third.
Schultz. All right, Mr. Wilson, you want to speak to it?
I don't think there's a whole lot to talk about here. I think many people have brought up concerns regarding process both in the community and on this board. And so I believe that, further explanation isn't needed at the dais tonight. I hope everyone will agree and support.
Okay, any other comment? I have lights. Does it mean, my colleagues, my dear colleagues, your lights are on. Please let me know if you wish to speak or not. All right. I have Ms. Evans. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Schultz. I overlooked your.
Look,
right.
if we did anything, we proved that we don't have control of this process. And whatever began under 3 superintendents ago, remember, Dr. Lockhart, I'm including you in superintendent, that we need a refresh, but quick. That's the brass tacks of this. And we need to shore this thing up because this thing could not have been worse, messier, more convoluted. And the faster we get control of that which did not go well, the sooner we don't repeat the mistake.
Ms. Darnak Koufax? Ms. Darnak Koufax?
All of the above.
Yeah, I've talked a lot about the process and how I do not feel it was done well. So I get to eat my own just desserts, right? Because I'm the chairman of the governance committee.
Yes, ma'am. Goes right back to you.
So Dr. Brabrand and I and the team are there.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, did you wish to speak? This late hour, short?
Oh, yes, I'll make it very short. I appreciate Mr. Wilson bringing this, and as someone who's been a long member of the governance committee, I would certainly welcome the opportunity to work with the superintendent and reviewing both the policy and the regulation, especially since several of us have noted over time that the former superintendent never brought this to the regulation, the draft regulation, which was brand new, never seen by the board, and it really, I think we would have benefited as a division if the board had been able to look at a draft of the regulation and had a better understanding of how this would impact our policy work.
Ms. Evans, and then Mr. Moon.
Ms. Darnak Koufax and Ms. McLaughlin have reminded me, I also am on the governance committee, so I'm not sure we need more work, but I have a couple of questions for the maker of the motion. Just to clarify, when you say prior to any future school renaming, you mean after Justice High School, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I do wonder if the timeline for January 2018, does that actually give the superintendent the time he needs? And
that date came from staff.
That did come from staff, Dr. Brabrand. Do you feel that gives you enough time to actually review review the process and come up with recommendations by January. That's, in the scheme of things, I know that sounds like a long time, but is that?
We'll get it done. That's the
Okay.
bottom line. We're going to get it done.
You'll get it done. Okay, so I further move here's my other question for you then. Okay, so the superintendent is going to give us recommendations by January 2018. He's going to give them to the governance committee, and then we are going to review them. It says as soon as possible in coordination with the review to be completed by the superintendent. Is that I'm not sure I understand that last phrase.
I think what you're getting at is what would the governance committee be doing while he's looking at the regulations? I think there's a corresponding...
No, I think we have enough to do while he's looking at the regulation.
I think that...
Oh, you do intend for us to be working.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that the policy 8170 also should be looked at in conjunction with the staff's review of the regulation.
Okay, so I guess I really am I'm afraid I'm more unclear. I thought this was going to be after we get his recommendations, then we would review. So no, we're going to be reviewing separately?
Well, I think that the regulations are generally in the purview of the superintendent and staff.
So, I'm so sorry. I understand now. He's doing the reg, we're doing the policy.
And then we're coordinating with each other.
And we are coordinating with each other as soon as possible. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moon, and I hope that's it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the motion. My interpretation of intent behind this motion is, as we always do, continuous improvement, seeking. It's nothing more than that, and I welcome that.
Okay, I will support the motion. I also, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we can always do better with whatever we are doing for our processes. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. Okay, motion carries.
Do a selfie, do a selfie.
Mr. Wilson, you made some contributions.
Okay, I will go. The next item on our agenda, item 5.03, is the FY18 audit plan. I call on Ms. Hines for a motion.
What we've all been waiting for, actually, right? I move that the school board approve the FY18 audit plan as detailed in the agenda item.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Hines?
Very briefly, I would like to thank our Auditor General, Esther Coe, who is still here after midnight, for all of her work on that, and the work of the Office of the Auditor General, the work of staff throughout the system, and school board members and everyone who contributed to what is our audit plan to go forward for the next year. So I hope my colleagues can support it. We have had a work session to talk about it. Audit committee has also looked at it and talked about it. So I think it's ready to go.
Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
Really nothing, but maybe our OAG should be auditing the sanity of board members being here after midnight.
Okay, I will certainly support this. And great compliments to Ms. Coe and Ms. Hines and all the rest of you who are members of the audit committee. It's great work. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve the audit plan for FY 2018, that motion is unanimous. All right, now the division comprehensive plan. I call on Mr. McElveen for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board approve the division-wide comprehensive plan as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, this document meets the requirements of the Virginia Department of Education and the Standards of Quality 2011. Standard 6 requires that each local school board adopt biannually a division-wide comprehensive plan. The purpose of this plan is to provide a platform for communicating major division-wide initiatives and operational plans. Information provided in this plan was previously presented to the school board during the past year in a variety of reports. The plan consists of school board student achievement measures along with operational plans for the system. As everyone on the board will remember, at our last regular meeting, we had a public hearing on this plan.
Thank you. Mr. Nikofax, do you have any further comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the division-wide comprehensive plan? That motion is unanimous. It carries. Thank you very much. The consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 6.01, approve the minutes of the October 12th, 2017 regular school board meeting. 6.02, award the contract for the automatic temperature control system replacement at Columbia Elementary School to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Boland Train Services, Inc., in the amount of $360,862, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.03, award the contract for the automatic temperature control system replacement at Columbia Elementary School. Didn't we just do that? Is that the same motion? I'll read it. I think it's the same motion. To the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Boland Train Services, Inc., in the amount of $306,862, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.04, award a contract for the Chantilly High School roof replacement project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, R.D. Bean, Inc., in the amount of $808,865, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.05, confirm the appointments and separations for the period beginning July 1, 2017 and ending September 30, 2017. 6.06, confirm the separations for the period beginning September 1, 2017 and ending September 30, 2017. 6.07, appoint individuals to serve on committees as detailed in the agenda item. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. New business. The following are new business agenda items that will not be voted on tonight, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 7.01, award contract for the Timberlane Elementary School roof replacement project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.02, approve the changes to the list of middle and high school course offerings for the 2018-2019 school year as recommended by the Course Review Committee and as detailed in the agenda item. Superintendent matters. Dr. Brabrand.
I have nothing this evening to report. That I'll wait till the next opportunity when we're
a little fresher.
A little fresher.
It's not even evening.
And I have
I
have an 8:30 a.m. pickup in the morning by Dr. Ivy to visit her region schools. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll leave it at
You'll
that.
have just a little sleep.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be your superintendent.
Anytime you want to be in a meeting until the next day. Board committee reports. Next on the agenda is board reports, and I call on Ms. Hines for the report on the audit committee, and then Mr. McElmeen for an update from public engagement committee. Ms.
Okay, audit committee met yesterday. We got the final reports on the FY17 audit plan, and we got an update on staff changes in the Office of the Auditor General.
And Mr. McElmeen.
At the last meeting in PEC, we discussed the Mental Health Summit, which was last weekend and went very well. We discussed our continuing issues with the website. And finally, we discussed the mobile app, which has now been updated to include current photos of principals.
Okay, next is our board matters. Hopefully there are very few. Ms. Evans.
I just want to again congratulate Holmes Middle School on their 50th anniversary. They had a fabulous celebration last Saturday, and I was honored to be there.
Mr. Wilson. Ms. McLaughlin.
I just want to briefly thank my colleagues and superintendent and leadership team members who've been very kind to me in my absence in visiting my mom. And I also want to say in my 6 years being on the board, this was a tough issue for our board to wrestle, and I personally felt that all 12 of us really worked hard to try and model respectful conversation tonight, and I just felt really good about that piece.
Great, thanks. Ms. Palchak.
Thank you. Couldn't have said it better, Ms. McLaughlin. Have a good evening.
Mr. McElveen. Pass. Mr. Moon.
A couple of Korean embassy officials visited us on the last Friday to deliver us a check. Well, checks totaling more than $90,000 to support our Korean language programs in Fairfax County. Since 2011, the grand total amount is close to $600,000.
Great. Thank you for your advocacy and your work and your success. Right, Ms. Hines? Pass. Right, Ms. Schultz?
I just want to thank the PTA principals who attended my PTA President's Roundtable, first in a series PTA. Whatever. You know, if you were there, that you had a great time, and we discussed great stuff. But I know that takes time out of people's day. And the only other thing I'm going to say, because it was so terrific, is I had a chance this week to participate in a U.S. State Department Office of Global Women's Initiatives panel on addressing the economic empowerment needs of women and girls around the world. Made it a little bit harder that the one woman on our vote tonight got erased. That's what we were talking about, but I thank the State Department for that invitation.
Ms. Dana Kovacs. Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Good night.
And this meeting is adjourned. Good night.